Bailey, Baker,
Here.
Burrell. I saw him. Casper,
Here.
Kasari,
Here.
Stace,
Here.
Culp,
Here.
Crockett Hubbard, Dean Shinbrot,
Here.
Fitzgerald,
Here.
Flax, Fortner,
Here.
Foster, Prickman, Gothier David, Gothier Lauren. Are they in a caucus? Do you know?
We did not have a caucus.
Oh, I got a message. I was going to read it after. Just got an email from the Gothiers, and they're not going to be able to make it.
Oh, okay. Gustafson, Hainline, Hanscom,
Here.
Jacome,
Here.
Jones,
Here.
Katowski, Merritt, Merritt, Perry, Kristen Powers,
Here.
John Powers,
Here.
Pacino,
Here.
Ray,
Here.
Richards,
Here.
Jason Rusk,
Here.
Gil Rusk,
Here.
Starkley, Stevenson,
Here.
Thomas,
Here.
Washington, Watson.
I'm here.
Welcome back.
Washington's here.
Oh, there she is. Okay. 23. Wells,
Here.
Whitehouse, Whitney,
Here.
Evan. Evan's here.
Here, sorry, I was on
I
mute.
have 27 right now, but of course, people will be coming in. There's Bruce Flax. It's 28. The Representative Flax, I see.
Did you get Representative Bailey?
Not yet.
He's here.
9. All right. Crockett Hubbard. Foster. Gustafson. Katowski. Starkley. Whitehouse. Okay, so we have 28. 29 at call.
And I wanted to just say that I had heard from Representative Katowski, Representative Haline, Representative Lauren, and David Gothier that they wouldn't be here, and Representative Washington may be late or unable to.
She's here. She's here.
Oh, here it is.
Mhm.
Great. And I see
So-
that
so
Representative
both-
Adams has her hand up. Representative Adams, did you want to speak?
Yes, I just spoke with Crockett Hubbard, and she was thinking that the meeting was tomorrow night, but she's going to try and get on.
Okay, thank you. Great. So if there are any citizens who wish to speak tonight, I was hoping to have citizens petitions moved to tonight. So at this point in time, any citizen of Groton who wishes to speak relevant to the town budget or, hopefully, please make yourself known. I don't see anyone in the queue. I just peeked. But Madam Clerk, do you know of any people who wish to speak?
No one contacted me. Actually, no one has contacted me all along, but we did get some emails, which all the representatives reported on those at the first meeting. I have not received any other communications for this body since a week and a half ago.
Thank you. Did any representatives have any additional communications they wish to relay to the body? All right, seeing none, I think we should get started. Our first item on our agenda is item 1064, which is Parks and Recreation. And Representative Jones, did you want to read the minutes associated with the first account, 1064?
All right. Thank you, Moderator Evan. So the Parks and Recreation Committee met on April 26th at 6:37. Members present were myself, Bruce Jones, Representative Bailey, and Representative Jacome. Also present in that meeting were Mark Berry, Jerry Locken, Eric Morrison, Todd Goodhue, and Moderator Evans and Moderator Fortner sat into there. The first account was account number 1064. It's on page 154 in the budget book, and this had an increase of 4.3%. A motion was made by Representative Bailey for $1,775,575, seconded by Jacome. Mr. Berry did a short presentation, discussed the mobile program, the after-school programs, and the scholarship. We had questions by Moderator Evans on funding for the 1064, and a question on the leaf blower, which is something that was added in this budget. And I asked why wasn't it in the CIP budget, and the answer was it was below $25,000. The vote was 3 in favor with Jones, Bailey, and Jacome. Nobody opposed. So I will make a motion for $1,775,575.
Second, Representative Jacome.
Okay, so thank you. We have a motion on the floor for account 1064 made by Representative Jones and seconded by Representative Jacome in the amount of $1,775,575. So is there any discussion? I first wanted to ask a question actually, let me take Representative Cassieri.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I have a few questions for Mr. Berry or Mr. Locken, if they're here with us.
They are.
Okay, my first question is, could you just give me a brief overview of what you would use the extra $40,000 allocated to you for?
Sure. This is Mark Berry, Director of Parks and Recreation. The additional, it's actually $44,300. During deliberations with the town council, we explained that we had originally asked for this money in the 1064 budget, and it was put back into the 3240 budget. The reason that we moved it from the 3240 budget is the department's committed to equity, and we didn't feel that only those that could afford to pay for our programs should, that money to make programs accessible was coming out of that fund. We felt like this, if the community is committed to equity, then everybody should share in that expense in paying for or providing financial awards to those families that can't afford to take our programs. So we felt it was that was a more appropriate place. So that was so 40,000 of the 44.3 was for financial awards. The other 4,300 was also something that we had originally proposed in the 1064 budget, but had been moved back to the 3240, was money for drop-in programming. We started a program, we kind of partnered with the library just before COVID hit. The library has been there's a lot of students that come to the library after school, and the library was having a difficult time kind of meeting all the needs of those students. And so we started to partner with them, and we're actually bringing students that normally would go to the library, we're bringing them over to the community center, and working with library staff, we were doing free drop-in after-school programming. We also, at that time, were working with Ernie Koshmeter from the Board of Ed, and we were trying, and he had successfully applied for a grant from the state where we would be able to provide brown bag dinners for students, I think ages kindergarten through 18, because there is a fair number of students that are, I guess, meal insecure. They're not really sure where their next meal is coming from. So like I said, we just proposed to move those two programs into 1064. So they would be both for the after school programming and also for the financial awards.
Thank you. Do you have a percentage of children that are awarded scholarships?
Ooh. No, I don't. I can tell you that annually we provide about $40,000 worth of financial awards. I'm not sure what that percentage is of the total number of people that take our programs.
Okay, thank you. So you don't feel that you would be able to adequately fulfill scholarships if you didn't have this $40,000?
It would put a greater burden on the 3240 account in order for us to do that. So all of the revenue that we generate from the 3240 account pays for all the related expenses. So it would be a greater burden for us. And right now, this past year, the 3240 account was hit really, really hard. It was kind of a perfect storm of timing, because normally most of or a good percentage of our revenue comes from programs that we run in the spring and in the summer. And of course, last year when March hit, that all went away. And we were able to offer some programs over the summer. We were able to continue to run summer camps, but it was in a much different format, much smaller numbers, and the state requirements, just with ratios, it was more expensive for us to run these camps, but we felt like that was an essential service because it provided families an opportunity to be able to continue to work because they had a safe place for their kids to go during the day while they were working. So could it be done? Yes, it would be much more difficult to do and put a greater burden on that account.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berry.
Excuse me, Madam Moderator, would you please repeat the number on the floor and who moved it and who seconded it? We now
Sure.
have the chat for this purpose, and I just want to put up on the chat.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, I did say it once. You heard it, right? Sorry, I was
No.
on mute.
Nope,
Oh.
I didn't hear it.
You didn't hear it? Oh, because I said that we had account 1064. The motion was made by Representative Jones and seconded by Representative Jacome in the amount of $1,775,575.
Thank you.
And the next representative to speak, Representative Chase.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So, Mr. Barry, the senior center account 3240 is pretty much self-sustaining. And Mary Jo does a really good job there of having people pay their fair share of all the programs. So they're pretty much self-sustaining. Is that true?
That is true. Programming in the area of programming,
Yeah.
because of the trips that we do, they are able to generate revenue.
Mhm.
In the food services, that has been a challenge. Part of the reason is we've seen a change in how people use the senior center. So years ago, people used to come to the senior center and a majority of them would stay all day. Now we're seeing people that are coming for their programs and then they're leaving. And a couple of years ago, the senior center introduced a grab and go meal option. and that's taken off. And, we're doing thousands of grab and go meals a day to try to generate additional revenue. The other challenge that we've faced is I don't remember how many years ago it was, but there was a position that was being paid out of the 1064 account, which is the account we're discussing right now, and it got moved into 3240. So it put a greater burden again on that account. And at one time there was a sizable fund balance that has diminished considerably now. And I think this year we'll be operating, at the end of this year, we'll probably be operating in the red.
Okay, so for this account, I sent you a number of questions. One of them, what is the average cost you pay outside instructors? And you said outside instructors get paid 50% of the revenue collected. What happens to that other 50%?
That other 50% goes to pay for program supplies and other expenses related to the programs.
And any money left to go over goes in the fund balance?
That's correct. And we've used that fund balance in the past for if something needed to be replaced in the kitchen, say halfway through a fiscal year, something broke and we needed to replace it. A lot of times we would go to that, to the fund balance in order to pay for that.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then the amount of money they make depends on how many people are in the class.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
So we try to incentivize the instructors to, work with the marketing that the department does in order to maximize the number of people that can that participate in a program.
Okay, and from what I understand from watching the budget hearings that the town council had, the town council, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I heard. The town council gave you the $40,000 for scholarships only because you don't have a large fund balance right now. However, from what I understand, you said no child, person, whoever, I don't know if adults get scholarships, but no child will not be able to get into a program. Is that correct?
Yeah, we do everything that we can to provide opportunities for those families that can't participate to be able to participate in a program. And generally it's children.
Okay. Okay, Madam Moderator, may I put another number on the floor?
Yes, I was muted.
I'd like to make a motion for $1,731,275. And
Is there a second? Is there a second for that?
Dean Shinbrot seconds.
May I speak?
Dean Shinbrot seconds.
I got that. Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor made by Representative Chase and seconded by Representative Dean Shinbrot in the amount of $1,731,275. Representative Chase, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, thank you. So when departments are deliberating with the town manager, they go back and forth and talk about how they can, decrease their budget or what is really needed. And I believe that they do their due diligence. And as Mr. Barry said, there is no person that is going to go without being able to go to a program. And I don't think, in my opinion, the taxpayers should pay for a fund balance. It will get there, built back up eventually through the programming once things start opening up. And I really think that we have to be careful of making so-called savings accounts, the fund balances that taxpayers have to pay for.
Thank you. Representative Thomas? Representative Thomas, would you like to speak to this motion, this amendment, or?
Yes, I'm sorry. The screen shifted on me. Now I found my button. So, all right. Well, just to be frank, I'm against the First Amendment. I'm in favor of the full number, that being the 1,775,575, the first number. Long story short, the 40,000, the original ask, if you look at the request for the 2022 request, is actually 1,835,352. So the town manager's number of that Representative Chase just put forward is actually $100,000, roughly $100,000 decrease on that original ask. So I'm listening to Mr. Berry, and I listened to the town council deliberations on the same matter. And, you know, after the year that we've had, I believe that, you know, we need to invest in those programs. And the $40,000 is not just some fluff money. It's going to pay for personnel, for supplies, infrastructure, the programming that these kids partake in. So it's there to make up for the adjusted amount. And as Representative Chase noted, yes, extra monies would go back into the fund balance if there's nothing used. So it would help deflate those costs in the future. And it's not like this 40,000 is going to be tacked on every year. It's right now, it seems it was determined to be a need. And on top of that, you're looking at, as Mr. Berry noted, it would not having that $40,000 in this 1064 item would further stress another account that actually would challenge how the senior center operates, if I understand correctly. So, you know, it's like the robbing Peter to pay Paul type situation here. And, you know, at the end of the day, $40,000 out of this town budget to help support middle and low income families, working class families, and their children to participate in these programs, I think is something that we do want to invest in. You know, if we're going to be, you know, there's a number put forward for the police department of like some $300,000 increase. And, you know, I'm curious to see how critical people are about that. So, you know, let's you know, keep everything in perspective here and realize that people are coming out of this pandemic. A lot of middle income, low income people working service jobs that are also still struggling to get good income back online. This financial award program is well worth the investment. We talk about, you know, good community relations. Well, this is all part of it. So I would speak in favor of the original number and against the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Burrell?
Yes, the thing I want to talk about right now is, I don't know about the amendment or not, but this park maintenance situation that I've noticed, especially in like the Quantic Bridge area. A lot of the parks have been neglected. I've talked to staff people. They say that they don't have enough people on the staff to maintain these parks. And I've made complaints and everything else. And I'm just curious because all these services, all these special programs are great. But if we can't maintain the parks that the town already has, I mean, what's with all this money we're putting into it now? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Did you want an answer to that from Mr. Berry?
I would love an answer, yes.
Well, I'm not sure which park you're speaking to. Yes, we years ago, before I got here, we had a lot more staff than we do now, and I think I've probably used this description of service a number of times over the last few years. So it used to be we had enough staff to actually be proactive, and we would maintain trees, we'd prune them, and do all the things necessary to keep them healthy. Now with the staff we have, once the tree's dead, the tree comes down, we don't bother replacing it. If a shrub dies in front of a building, it used to be we'd take the shrub out and we'd replace it. Now we just fill the hole in and cover it with mulch. And, so we do not have the staff necessary to maintain the parks at the level they should be.
Yes, like I said, a lot of things I've noticed, but I've been making complaints for the last couple of years about grass not being mowed. Midway Oval Park, between Central Avenue and Midway Oval by the Rotary there's an area back there that is just full of garbage.
Representative Burrill, I just want to remind you to speak to the motion on the floor.
Yeah,
That's fine, continue, but make it relevant to the motion. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just saying that. Never mind, I withdraw my statement. I'm getting frustrated here.
Representative Jones?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would just weigh in and support Representative Thomas and the first motion that's on the floor. Having gone to the opening of the community policing office in the community center and meeting Officer McCullen and learning about how many kids they deal with on a regular basis and how many kids are going into the library, that the library was stressing out and was stressing the library staff to deal with all those kids, and opening these centers made a huge difference. So I think having the extra money to be able to offer more kids more opportunities to take advantage of those services, I think is in the betterment of our town, and that area is well situated for access to all those kids. So I just lend my support to the motion that's on the floor.
Thank you. Representative Stevenson?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Yes, Representative Thomas made a lot of great points. I'd like to just echo all those. I'd also just like to say that I think at $40,000, I think the population of Groton's about 40,000. I could be mistaken about that. I think the people of Groton would be willing to pay $1 so that we could support these children in these programs. And even if the money is ultimately going to go into another account, I think the taxpayers are going to be okay with their money going to things like this. And that's all I would like to say about that.
Thank you. Representative Whitney?
Yes, thank you. So I do not support the first amended number. I support the original number for the reasons mentioned. I think
Representative Whitney, do you have a video to turn on? They have asked that people turn on videos. Thank you, when they're speaking.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Yeah, that's by intent. We've got another Zoom going.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Continue.
So sorry. Anyway, I just want to say that this is an important part of the town's diversity, equity, and inclusion portfolio. And I think moving these scholarships and also the after-school programs to this 1064 account is where it belongs, because that's the whole town getting behind these important functions, rather than just the people who are involved in fee-based programs. I think this is a change that was made this year because of necessity, but really should stay here philosophically as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dean Shinbrot?
I thank you, Madam Moderator.
Oh, excuse me, you've already spoken. You've already spoken once on this, I believe? Oh, no, you haven't. You seconded it.
No, I just seconded.
Yep, thank you.
I do support the amended number. And I'd like to ask a question. Have we ever looked into sponsoring children instead of just giving money in a pot for it to be passed out? But have we ever approached businesses or individuals about sponsoring children? The cost of X program being $45, would you be willing to sponsor a child for that amount? Sometimes if people understand what they're paying for and they have a one-on-one connection with it, they're more willing to help. That's all.
Mr. Barry, did you want to respond to that?
Sure. We have an option on our registration forms where people can make donations, and we will utilize that money at times to help families pay for or be able to pay for programs. And typically we do not, we ask for a commitment from every single family. So we have kind of a sliding scale, and it's based on their adjusted gross income. Now, sometimes there are situations where even with that sliding scale, families still, look at us and say, I'm sorry, I can't afford that. And so we will utilize some of that money that has been donated to the Parks and Recreation Department for exactly that. So we do ask that all families provide some money. And I think it might have been 2 years ago, we had a program in our brochure where we advertised, send a kid to camp for, I don't know, it might have been $70 a week or something like that. And off the top of my head, I don't remember how much money that generated, but we have looked at that before. I don't know that we've reached out to businesses in the past for that. And so that's, certainly a lot of times we're reaching out to businesses to help us offset the cost of the programs itself. So, we've got our summer concert series. We line up a whole bunch of sponsors for that to help us offset the cost in order to continue that program. So you have to be careful how many times you go to the same well, and we're not the only department and the only organization going to these businesses, to ask for money.
Absolutely. I do understand that. I would really like to see us try a little harder to get some sponsorship. And you do a great job with the concerts. I'm not, it's nothing on you, Mr. Barry, but I think we miss a lot of younger employees in town who are totally unaware, who would be happy to sponsor a child. And I think we miss another generation, which is the grandparent generation, who's also unaware of the need. And I somehow would like to try to tap into them. I'll keep thinking. But I do support the amended number. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dean Shinberg. Powers, is it Sean, Representative Sean Powers?
Yes, Madam Moderator, thank you. I worked on this committee before, and Mark does a great job with like less than 20 people in this department. To take any kind of money away from it and to grow our community in a quality of life standpoint, this isn't the way we need to save 40,000. I'm not in favor of the amended number. I'll be voting for the original number. And if anything, we need to consider in the next budget year increasing Mark's budget if we're going to have all of these different fields and these different things to go on in our community to continue to grow. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative, let's see, Stevens, let's see, I'm trying to get people who haven't spoken yet. Representative Pacino.
Hello. My question is for Mr. Barry. Have we looked at commitment to volunteer for folks who are having a little bit hard time with the greenback? They might have more time than money. I personally have done that option when I was a young man to help out my family. I don't know if that's necessarily something that would help out with some of the overtime and some of the part-time, but if we could reduce those budgets, maybe we could work on other things better. That's my question.
I like the idea. There's a couple of challenges that we face. Well, yeah, we're always facing challenges. One of those would be getting approval from union. I mean, if we're taking work away from the union, that's something that would have to be negotiated. The other challenge, or one of the other challenges that we face is, a lot of times volunteers still require supervision. So you still are kind of you're taking staff time from one place and shifting it to another in order to supervise the work that they may be doing. And the other challenge is, and it's for safety, is, we don't allow volunteers to operate. They can use only hand tools only. So that certainly wouldn't apply to every volunteer situation, but it would apply to some. So there are.
This question specifically came up when Mr. Burrell was talking about cleaning up the park.
Yeah.
There's some parks you just need bodies to pick up trash.
Yeah, and we do utilize, we have, we've used folks at the sub base. We've had, Girl Scout and Boy Scout groups and different civic organizations help us do the cleaning up the parks. Typically that happens in the springtime. So we do use volunteers.
But then again, those aren't the people who are at need or want or require services.
Right, right.
Specifically talking about those people.
Yeah.
That maybe they could contribute something else other than greenbacks if they were able. Sometimes
Yeah.
they're not.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't happen on this budget, but it's
yeah. And we do utilize, thousands of hours of volunteers. A lot of those hours take place at the senior center. But we do utilize, we have volunteer coaches for our youth basketball program. But there may be, your suggestion, there may be more opportunities for us if we can overcome some of those challenges.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Barry, I had a few questions. I wanted to just ask, is this meant to be just one-time funding and then to be tucked back into 3240 when that account rebuilds?
Actually, I would echo what Mr. Whitney said. And I believe it was Representative Whitney. And I think this, it should be a commitment from the whole town and not just, those folks that can afford to pay for this. Those folks that are contributing to the fund balance. I think that the entire town ought to stand behind their commitment to equity and inclusion and say, look, this is something that we feel going forward is something that we all stand behind. So, right now it's addressing this year, and hopefully over the next year, given people time to think about this, that they will, they will say, yeah, I think this is part of the town's commitment to equity and inclusion, and stand proud on that fact.
So if that's the case, I have a few questions. Do you have statistics on, the families or children that get that, like that would actually validate that it is a diversity, equity, and inclusion type of thing? And do you get statistics on them on the I don't know.
But we typically don't ask what race they are when they're applying.
A standard for like income or?
Yeah, we ask for their, we ask what their gross adjusted income is, but we don't ask them, what their ethnicity or race is or anything like that. I mean, that is not really an area that I would feel comfortable getting into.
Well, certainly if you're saying that this achieves diversity, equity, and inclusion issues, then
well, it's including folks that cannot afford to take our programs.
Do you think that you would be able to have this financial package if it was taken out of this account and you were left with your 3240, or would you disband it if this was?
No, our department is committed to equity, and, we would make it work. It's going to put a greater burden on us to do that, but we will make it work.
Did you say how many children are served by this program?
Oh, I don't, Mr. Locken is, I believe, on this call tonight, and Jerry may have a better sense of the number of people that this serves.
So, Madam Moderator, Jerry
Thank you.
Locken, I'm the Manager of Recreation Services. And just verifying you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So the number of people that benefit from the financial assistance program, numbers in the several hundred. I would say somewhere between 250 to 500 people annually receive some type of support to participate in a recreation program. They receive a discounted rate based on their income.
I can't hear you, Mr. Locken. I don't know, maybe other people can.
So I'll try to repeat myself just in case here. And I'll turn on my camera here too. Hopefully people can maybe see my mouth move then. We typically have about 250 to 500 people annually who benefit from the financial assistance program. So yeah, we have thousands of enrollments, and probably 250 to 500 in a year are people that get the assistance. And it's based on their annual income, their adjusted gross income, like Director Barry said.
Thank you. Representative Chacon?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I think Mr. Barry and I think the Parks and Recs staff have done what they can from what they have been given. And I think I urge my colleagues to support the original motion because I think it's important that and what they can do. And like he said, even if you cut it, he would still do it. It's important that what they do and they help out the low income individuals and families. And I just can't see you cutting just 40,000 for that. So I urge everybody to support the original motion. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, I'm jumping in here. Sorry. Please, everyone, the chat session over there is strictly for the numbers that are on the floor. I don't want to see chit chat from anyone. I know we all mean well, but please don't use that chat for anything. It's strictly for the numbers that were going on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I turned off my video just so you know, because I'm having an unstable internet apparently. Representative Flax.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I had a question for the town manager with respect to the question about the cut, and I want to recall John saying that a couple of meetings ago that if something was cut, we're not going to dictate how the money is spent. That it's really up to the department head. So when we're talking about $40,000 with respect to this program, which I think is worthwhile and should stay, that if 40,000 was cut from the budget, that it wouldn't necessarily mean that program was cut. And I was wondering if John could clarify that.
That is correct. You're just cutting an amount out. You're not cutting a program out. But then we have to prioritize what basically me and the staff want to do with it.
Right. And so to Mark's question, when he was asked by Representative Cassieri, what the increase was for, Mark went to this program that was $40,000. And I was wondering, Mark, if $40,000 was cut from your budget, would you cut that program or would you try to find savings elsewhere?
No, we would try to find savings elsewhere. Like I said, we're committed to equity and feel that this is important, and we will just have to make cuts in other areas in order to continue to provide financial assistance.
Okay.
And we're also committed. We're also committed to the the drop in programming, which right now the amended number, they're talking about cutting that out also. That's something, again, that I think is essential, and it will allow us to reach a lot of kids and provide responsible, good programming for them.
Thank you. So, I mean, I think I support the original number I guess, but my point is that, from my standpoint, I just want to make sure that the budget doesn't increase substantially. And so trying to find some savings here and there and leave it up to department head at times to find that savings is something that I'll have my eye on. And so when people are, when we're looking at cutting or looking at how we're going to make our decisions, that it not necessarily to associate it with a particular program, because it's up to the department head to decide, and the town manager, how that money's spent. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Chase, would you like to speak for the last time on this motion amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. Mr. Burke, did this, when you were in negotiations with Mr. Barry, did this come up during the negotiations for his budget, that some children won't be able to go to these programs? From what I heard at the town council meeting, if all RTM members watch this, it was said that no child will miss out on any programs.
Yeah, well, it came from a recommendation on how the money was spent. I'm going to have Cindy step in here though, because she remembers that better than I do with the different funds, how they interact with one another.
Hello, everyone. Okay, I'm going to see if I can explain how the budget was presented. The 1064 budget that was presented to the town manager included a $40,000, what was termed a contribution to the 324 fund, to be used in that fund for scholarships. And during the budget, during the deliberations with the town manager, we discussed that that was not proper. You don't budget in one fund to make a contribution to another fund. That would have had to have been handled under contributions to other funds. And that was the reason that it was cut from the 1064 budget. It was going to be, their plan was to have a contribution from 1064 taken in as revenue in the 324 to offset revenue that they have not been able to make this year. And that was the reason that it was cut. So the council restored that to that, along with the 4,300 for the drop-in learning. And that $40,000 will remain in 1064 to be used for scholarships, should it be needed to be issued, and then would be taken into as revenue in the 324 fund on a case-by-case or an individual scholarship basis. If that 40,000 is not spent for scholarships, then it should return to the general fund at year end. Hopefully that answers your question, or is it clear?
I understand it because I watched the town council meeting and how this all played out.
Right.
And again, you're taxing taxpayers for money that may not be needed. So that's where I stand with it. Thank you. Cindy.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Stevenson, you had your hand up, and maybe I lowered it, or did you lower it?
I was going to speak again, but I think Representative Washington hasn't spoken yet.
Okay, Representative Washington. Representative Washington, there you go.
Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. Excuse me, I gotta take my mask down. I will be supporting the main motion. I am on the Diversity Equity Committee on the town, and the Board of Education has the same type of committee. And if the town is committed to equity, I'm committed to that too. And this money will provide children who cannot afford to attend these programs the opportunity to attend the programs. I'd rather see the kids in a supervised environment than an unsupervised environment, because $40,000 now is nothing compared to $35,000 if they end up in juvenile detention or somewhere like that. So I'd rather pay the $40,000 now. I think it's money well spent. And as a town, we said we are committed to equity, and this is social economic equity. So I'm going to support the main motion.
Thank you. Representative Stevenson, did you want to speak now?
Yeah, I can speak now, or Representative Thomas, because he spoke before me before. I don't know how you want to do this.
Representative Thomas?
Sure, yeah. Well, I would just echo what I said before, and also Representative Washington just said very succinctly. Yeah, what we invest now in our children. Sorry, hold on. Right. Yeah, what we invest now in our children will pay off. It's a better investment now on the front end than on the back end when it comes to like unsupervised youth in the community. And also, it was mentioned before that sponsorships could be a source, but there was some question as to how that could be drawn equitably from young people to older people and companies and businesses in town, and to my understanding that's how taxes work, is that they're drawn from the whole community and is pooled into this fund, and then we decide how to spend it and allocate it the best way we see fit. So there's that. And I am also in favor, as Representative Whitney discussed, keeping this in 1064 for the future. I think that's a great idea. Mr. Berry spoke in support of that. I think that's a great idea. We should keep that. And like you said, or like it's been discussed, whatever's not spent rolls back into the general fund. So it's there. The numbers, as Mr. Locken pointed out, they are significant. And the need could vary from year to year, so it's better to have a little bit more at the ready as opposed to less. And and anything that's not used goes back in the general fund and can be reallocated. So it's a win-win in my opinion. So I'm supporting the original motion and opposing the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Stevens, you're very accommodating. Here you come.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for both the compliment and for letting me speak. Yes, so as my final point, Representative Thomas actually made the point I was going to make, is that we already have this wonderful system in place that lets us all contribute to our community called taxes. And I would just like to perhaps further echo that point by saying perhaps by trying to make those contributions more specific, it says a little bit more about the people who don't want to make contributions than it does about those willing to make them. So I'll be opposed to this amendment and will be supporting the original. And if you all want to find some savings, I'm sure we can find them elsewhere. I have a few on mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think it is time to vote on this amendment to our main motion in the amount of $1,731,275 made by Representative Chase, seconded by Representative Dean Shinbrot. Madam Clerk, do you think we should have a roll call vote?
It can't hurt, and we do have 32 members now.
32, thank you. So if we might have a roll call vote on this, then I think that might be the best way.
Would you like me to do that?
Yes, please.
Okay. I just arrange that for you. This is the First Amendment.
Is this the 1,775? Is that what we're voting on now?
No, I just said what we're voting on. It's $1,731,275.
Okay.
And if the town clerk has very kindly is using the old magic marker and paper, pad that I used to type these numbers in the chat. So if you open the chat on your screen, you'll be able to see the numbers.
You'll have to scroll up because there's some jibber jabber in there. Okay, so I'm going to call your name and you just say yes, no, or abstention. Representative Adams.
Yes.
Bailey.
No.
Baker.
No.
Burrell.
Yes.
Casper.
No.
Cassieri.
No.
Chase.
Yes.
Cop.
No.
Crockett Hubbard.
No.
Dean Shinbrot.
Yes.
Fitzgerald.
No.
Flex.
No.
Fortner.
Yes.
Oops. Frickman.
No.
Hanscom.
No.
Jacome.
No.
Jones.
No.
Perry.
No.
Kristen Powers.
No.
Sean Powers.
No.
Pacino.
No.
Ray.
No.
Richards. It'll take her a second. Richards.
Is she still on? I wonder.
Oh, I'm sorry, Richards?
May not be on anymore.
Oh, okay, all right.
It does say Representative Richards. I see her on the list at the end. She's on by phone.
She is by phone, but I don't know if she can chime in.
Give us a sign, Representative Richards, if you hear us.
She can't say anything because she's traveling on her phone in her car. So I don't know. I can't do anything with her unless she can text you. Okay, I'll go on and come back to her. Jason Rusk,
No.
Jill Rusk,
No.
Stevenson,
No.
Thomas,
No.
Washington,
No.
Watson,
No.
Wells, can't hear you, Wells.
You're muted.
Let's see if we can.
There we go.
No, I think he said.
Thank you. White House. Oops, not here. Whitney
No.
and Evan.
No.
Okay. And I'll go back to Richards. Can you speak yet? Representative Richards? I can almost hear her.
Really?
Huh. Representative Richards?
Oh, a minute. She says, she texted me and she says, I vote no if I can vote this way.
Yes, I trust you. So that's 27 no's, 27 no's and 5 yeses. No abstentions.
Can say that again, 27 no's?
27 no's, 5 yeses, 0 abstentions.
Okay. That amendment fails, and we're back to the main motion of $1,775,575. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Can the opposed people
Raise your
raise
hand.
their little yellow hand, perhaps? I see Representative Chase.
I don't see anyone else.
Is there any other no's? Any abstentions? Okay, seeing none, that motion passes, and I believe is it 31 in favor? Are we at 32?
We have 32, so it's 31 in favor and 1 opposed.
31 in, thank you. All right, and Representative Richards voted again, by the way. She said yes on my cell phone. Let's see. The next item on our agenda is account 3240, the companion account. Chair Jones, would you like to continue with your minutes? And let me just say, this account can be found on page 164.
Did you want to turn on the video?
Yes, sure, you can turn on the video. I will too. I just have an unstable.
Yeah, I'm not able to turn it on this end. It doesn't.
If you can't, that's, you know what, the internet is not, it's very flaky these days.
Okay. There we go. Okay, thank you. This is for account number 3240, Recreation and Senior Activities on page 164. This account had a decrease of 4.3%. Motion was made by Representative Jacome for 1,251,702, seconded by Bailey. This is a special reserve fund. User fees pay the taxes. Discussion was done by Mark Berry, and our questions mostly focused around how user fees and special reserve funds work. We voted 3 in favor, Jones, Bailey, and Jacome. I will make a motion on the floor for $1,251,702.
There a second?
Rusk, second.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor for account 3240 in the amount of $1,251,702 made by Representative Jones, seconded by Representative Joe Rusk.
200.
Is there any discussion on this? Questions?
270. 70.
So I'll ask a question since no one else. So my understanding is this is paid for with special funds, this account, that are generated by the operations of Parks and Recreation. And am I correct? There's a recreation programs and 798,000 is coming out of that. Does that zero that account out, or what is the balance remaining? Is there a way to tell the balances remaining in those accounts? Mr. Berry, I don't know if you're still with us.
Yeah, I'm still here. So you're asking, right now we're in the middle of registration for our summer programs and spring programs. So it's difficult to know now what our balance is going to be at the end of this fiscal year. A lot of it is going to depend on how people respond to, programs that are offered and their comfort level. So I'm not sure at this point. I think we'll have a better idea in another. Typically, we get a lot, and I mentioned this earlier. Typically, we get a lot of registration money coming in this time of year. May and June is when we see a kind of a big upswing in income, and that's to pay for registration for programs taking place during the summer.
Do you, when you're managing these accounts, I see one of them is fund balance, so they're not all special accounts because one of them is coming out of the fund balance. That's 110,000. And then
that is correct. So for FYE 2022, we are expecting to use $110,000 of fund balance to pay for everything. Now, if the program isn't generating revenue, we're not offering it. So
do you I guess budget this to zero out these accounts, or what I'm trying to understand is what kind of balance do you keep in each of these 3 special fund accounts? Do you have like a minimum cushion that you try to be above? I'm just trying to see if there is additional money that could decrease the amount of fund balance.
Well, certainly the more revenue that we make, the greater the fund balance becomes. And like I said, we operate to if the program isn't paying for itself, we're not going to offer it. So we don't have the associated revenue, but we also don't have the associated costs with that program. And I don't have in front of me what the projected fund balance would be for the end of this fiscal year.
Is there a balance in each of these accounts, though? Is that's just too difficult for you to tell?
Madam Moderator, this is John. If the estimates hold up for what it's looking like for 21, there won't be fund balance that you can count on.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we do have a motion on the floor for $1,251,702 made by Representative Jones, seconded by Representative Jill Rusk. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion passes. 32 in favor, 0 opposed. All right. The next item on our agenda is account 2010. This is on page 159, the Shinnecock Golf Course Fund. Chair Jones, would you like to continue?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So this is account 2010 Shinnecock Golf Course, page 159. This had an increase of 1.7%. Motion was made by Representative Bailey for $1,316,152, seconded by Jacome. This is a user fee special reserve fund. The presentation was done by Mr. Berry. He talked about the special reserve fund, the paid season tickets and green fees, and that the golf course contributes $400,000 to the community. Use and membership fees are up. They have about 300 season ticket holders. We asked questions about where might be the optimal number of season ticket holders. Was there a number they were trying to get to? And the answer had to do with, it was a balance of having enough season ticket holders to support the course and have space left for people to walk up. So they were trying to find that balance. We also asked about, will the numbers go down once COVID ends? And they said they were not sure, but the golf course continues to do very well. Mr. Berry also talked a little bit about the consideration that the golf course might be on the National Register, but it would take $20,000 to do the paperwork, and thought maybe the money would be better spent on the course itself. It was voted in favor, 3-0, Jones, Bailey, and Jacome. I'll make a motion for account number 2010 Shinnecock Golf Course in the amount of $1,316,152.
Second, Representative Jacome.
That was Representative Jacome?
Yes.
Sorry, my sound is low. So we do have a motion on the floor for account 2010, which is the Shinnecock Golf Course Fund, in the amount of $1,316,152. Representative Washington?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just have a question. On the line item 5280, there's no money on that line. It's 00 for insurance and risk management. Can the town manager tell me why we don't have anything on that line?
Cindy would have a better idea, but they're not charged independently for the insurance. It's running through the general fund. Does Cindy add anything on if you have something?
No, we were, oh, sorry.
Yeah, Cindy, I was just going to jump in and say, when we presented the budget to the town manager, we didn't have that number. The number that is on the floor now is an amended number that includes the $27,996 for risk insurance. That came in after the budget was presented to the council, and I'm sorry, after it was presented to the town manager, and that was added during negotiations with the council.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I was wondering that. Representative Washington, did you have more questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Anyone else? So this number is, if you look on your matrix, it is different than the town manager's number by I guess it's almost $30,000 for this insurance. So we do have a number on the floor, seeing no more hands up. $1,316,152 for account 2010, the Shinnecock Golf Course Fund, made by Representative Jones and seconded by Representative Jacome. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries 32 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is the CIPs, and you'll find these on page 222 and 223. These are 4A and H. Chair Jones, if you'd like to lead us in your minutes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This is CIP 4A, Facilities Improvement on page 222. Motion was made by Representative Jacome for $305,000 and seconded by Bailey. Presentation by Mark Berry. The bulk of this line is for the new bathroom to be put at Sutton Park, replacing a porta potty that has been there for 19 years. Also talked about a fence that would be put around the children's playground at Pequannock Park, and for some additional padding to go into the community center to protect kids. The questions that were asked is, would the new bike pump track coming to Sutton Park with more people affect the new bathroom and the load on it? Mr. Berry said no, that was anticipated. And also exactly where the fence will be on the playground, it will not block the walking path. Representative Fortner asked a question about the bathroom costs and could it be a unisex bathroom to save money? Mr. Berry said a lot of the cost of this building is because they're moving it to closer to Route 1 to cut down on vandalism, and they also need to extend utilities and water to that location, so it has some extra cost. The vote was 3 in favor, 0 against, no abstentions. In favor was Jones, Bailey, and Jacome. I will make a motion on the floor for CIP 4A, Facilities Improvement, for $305,000.
Is there a second?
Second. Representative Jacome.
Who is the second?
Representative Jacome.
Sorry. It does help when you turn your video on. We do have a motion on the floor, CIP 4A, Facility Improvement, in the amount of $305,000, made by Representative Jones, seconded by Representative Jacome. And I wanted to mention that Representative Richards is in the attendee section of our, I don't know if someone with more Zoom authority than me might move her over. But anyway, she is there. Is there any discussion on this CIP? Representative, Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As Representative Jones mentioned, I'm interested in this specific CIP and have been exchanging emails with Mr. Hanover and Mr. Berry about it. It just seemed to me that that's a phenomenal amount of money to spend on a bathroom that had previously been closed due to vandalism, although that was many years ago. They do have plans to move it to a place that's more visible, and therefore, hopefully, that would decrease any vandalism. When I spoke with emailed with Mr. Berry about possibly having a unisex bathroom, he said that would probably cost about $185,000, which would be $90,000 less than the $285,000 proposed. Seeing that we've had a porta potty there for years and years, and Mr. Berry stated he's surprised nobody has said much about it, I think that's probably due to the fact that we're happy to have any bathroom when we're out at a park or hiking. Never complain about the bathrooms, porta potties at Bluff Point myself, just happy to have one. So I think that a 2-stall, very strong, vandal-resistant bathroom would be appropriate. And I would like to move the number of $215,000 for the CIP. That would make it for $185,000 for a unisex bathroom rather than a male-female bathroom separate. And would include the money for the fence around Paquonic Plains and also the padding for the community center. So I would like to move $215,000 for the CIP.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, Beverly Washington.
We have a second from Representative Washington. Thank you. So we have CIP 4A, which is facilities improvements. There's an amendment to the main motion of $215,000 made by Representative Fortner, seconded by Representative Washington. Representative Jones, do you want to speak to this amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. I am against that motion and in favor of the original motion. I feel strongly that we should have a separate bathrooms for men and women, that having a unisex bathroom with multiple stalls inside gives the possibility that young girls who are in that park could walk into a bathroom with, you know, a man sitting in there. It just seems in an area that's a little bit remote and a little bit removed. The danger factor just seems too great to have kids going into bathrooms where there could potentially be somebody of the opposite sex, which just, I think, just opens up an area of danger. So I would vote in favor of the original motion. And bathrooms are expensive. It's an entire building that needs to be built with a foundation, and it's a cinder block building with utilities. So things are expensive. So that's where I would vote to support the original motion.
Thank you. Representative Dean Shinbrat.
Thanks, Madam Moderator, if I can get my video to work here. I'm have a concern that if we only have male and female, we run into a problem. I think there's a lot of gender identity, and I don't want us to be caught in the middle of something. So we would really need 3 separate bathrooms.
Representative Thomas.
Yeah, I support the original motion. From what I understand, the design and everything, you know, it's ADA compliant. It's up to date with all the current standards, and it looks like a good idea and something long overdue. So I'm in support of the original motion and against the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Ray.
I would also just like to say that I would agree with the original motion, not with the second. However, I do also agree that we need to look at the bathroom consistency as far as perhaps gender neutral bathrooms. I think that's a much more forward thinking avenue, because that's so much easier than if we have male, female. If we have gender neutral bathrooms, I think that might be the way to go on this.
Thank you. Representative Frickman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Moderator. I just had a quick question. In regards to the need for a new bathroom there, what is the difference in cost for just replacing, well, updating the porta potties we use there? Like, couldn't we just have it cheaper just to continue porta potties than having to rebuild an entire building and move it?
Mr. Berry, or you want to
Yeah,
respond to that?
certainly if you want to continue to have porta potties there, that is going to be less money. But I think it, you know, it comes down to a fundamental question: is that is the community park in Groton, and is that really how Groton wants to put its best foot forward? Is, yeah, the best we can do is a portalet for this park, and there are 2 pavilions that we rent out on a regular basis. There's a playground, there's a skate park, there's all of the and then there's the basketball court. You know, we could save even more money by not having anything in there, but I really don't think that's I don't think that's the message that Groton wants to put out there, is that, you know, we can't even invest in our parks aren't valuable enough to invest in them to put a bathroom in to a destination park.
Well, I mean, my point wasn't necessarily to that, because I've grown up in a number of towns around here, and we never had a bathroom to use, like with sinks and all that kind of stuff. And I think that, and it wasn't necessarily taking away from the town or not valuing the park. But if you go to Bluff Point, we value Bluff Point. I know it's a state property, or Haley Farm. They have they have bathrooms there, but they're also not with full bathrooms. And so I'm just saying, is there a possibility we could save money rather than spending the amount of money we have for an entire new facility?
Yeah, like I said, it would certainly cost less to continue to have a single portalet there.
Representative Pacino?
Well, I didn't understand why one bathroom, if it was going to be a unisex bathroom, would have 2 stalls. That doesn't make any sense, and I agree with Bruce Jones completely on that one. But if you're going to have one bathroom, you would just do 1 door, 1 bathroom. You can have a hand washing station outside. But if we're going to go with 2 stalls or 2 bathrooms, they both have to be unisex. It just doesn't. We're opening ourselves up to all kinds of stuff if we don't have them both unisex. I don't know which way I'm going on this, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Representative Chase?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I so appreciate Representative Fortner's views on saving money for the taxpayers. So is there only one porta potty over there for all these years?
Yes, for the last 19 years, I think there's been just a single portalet, yes.
So, and I totally agree with Rep. Jones's views on unisex. I wouldn't allow my child to go in there if it was unisex. But anyway, neither here nor there. My kids are grown. So why can't we go along with what Representative Fortner is trying to do in saving money and just build one nice bathroom that one person can go in at a time with a sink in it? And there you'd have a real bathroom and save the taxpayers money.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Representative, oh, sorry.
No, I mean, there's the proposal that we put forward was to provide, and I think the Public Works Director described it as a prison-like bathroom. I mean, this is a bare bones, nothing fancy, cement block, metal urinals. I mean, not, this isn't anything that's fancy or anything. This is bare bones, and this is what it costs to build a bathroom to service, those folks that are using that park.
Well, I understand that, but if one porta potty has done well for 19 years, why can't we just build one nice bathroom? That's what I'm asking, and therefore the $215,000 would probably be more than enough for one nice bathroom. That didn't have to look like a prison bathroom.
Thank you. Representative Whitney?
Yes, thank you. I have a couple questions. One of them is, could you give us an estimated cost of how much it costs? I assume they're rented portalets, but how much that costs per year? That's one. And then 2, if this bathroom permanent structure is built and open, is it open all hours of the day, every day a week? Is it all through the year? When's it going to be open? And then the other question is related only in the sense that this is facilities improvement CIP, and we had one last year where we approved money for, I think it's boat dock renovations. I was just wondering what the status of that was. Thank you.
So we pay, I think, $11 a week for a handicapped accessible bathroom. That is not we take the, no, actually, I think we do keep the portalette in because they're playing basketball. We've got portalettes in a number of different places, and when they get removed and when they get put back in. So we're paying $11 a week throughout the year, and that portalette actually may be in there all year long. Your second question, I'm sorry, Representative Whitney, what was the second part of your question?
It was how many hours or days?
Oh, that's right. Yes. So if we built this bathroom, it's not going to be a heated bathroom. It would be open or closed for the season. The schedule would probably be very similar to what is over at Pequannock Plains. So that generally opens after we're assured that there's no frost, because the building is not heated. You have to worry about frozen pipes. So sometime, I think we opened Pequannock Plain about 2 weeks ago. So mid-April, mid to late April, and probably, again, it would be weather dependent, but probably sometime into October. So it would be closed at that point. And the boating dock, I believe we're still going through, DEEP is requiring us to do additional permitting. So we are working with DACO, who is a local consultant company who's done a number of these applications with DEEP, and they are working with us to complete that application to get approval, final approval from DEEP to move forward with the boat ramp at Spicer House.
Thank you. And I just have a quick follow-up. If the permanent bathrooms are closed seasonally, then for basketball or other activities, would you bring in portalettes for the off-season?
Yeah, I can't recall if we keep the portalette at Sutton Park for the entire year right now. But yes, we would probably supplement the off-season with a portalette.
Thank you very much.
Representative Casper?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think pretty much the questions I had is what do you do in the winter? And I guess the building will not be heated, so will be closed. That's been questioned, but why only one portalette there? Why not a group of them? Are the crowds that small?
This isn't a great answer, but that's, what we've done in the past is one portalette. And prior to the portalette, when there was a small bathroom building there, it was actually closed by the time I got here. So I don't think it is much larger than what we're proposing to build now.
Thank you. Let's see. Representative Chase, would you like to speak for your last time on this amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. I appreciate it. I forgot to ask a question before. The 15,000 is coming from an other fund. What is that other fund, please?
Fundraising.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Thomas, would you like to speak for your last time on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to voice my support as far as like when we get to the design phase that, yeah, I think gender neutral bathrooms would be the better way to go. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think we are out of questions at this point, and everything just fell off my desk. Sorry, I can pick it up in a second. This is for CIP 4A, facilities improvements. And we have a amendment to the main motion on the floor for $215,000 made by Representative Fortner, seconded by Representative Washington. I think we should have a roll call vote on this, if possible.
Sure. Okay, yes, no, or abstain, please. Representative Adams?
Yes.
Bailey?
I heard on Friday when that started.
Baker?
No.
Burrell?
Yes.
Casper?
No.
Cassieri?
No.
Case?
Yes.
Cop?
No.
Crockett Hubbard?
Yes.
Dean Shinbrot?
Yes. Yeah.
Fitzgerald?
No.
Black's?
Yes.
Fortner?
Yes.
Brickman?
Yes.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Jacome?
No.
Jones?
No.
Perry?
Yes.
Kristen Powers?
No.
Sean Powers?
Nope.
Pacino?
Yes.
Ray?
No.
Richards?
Yes.
Rusk? Jason?
Yes.
Jill?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry. Stevenson?
No.
Thomas?
No.
Washington?
Yes.
Watson?
Yes.
Wells?
No.
Whitney?
No.
Evan?
Yes.
That's everybody. Unless I missed someone.
Did Wells vote?
Yes, he did.
Okay, I didn't hear it, but anyway, what, I didn't,
He voted no. So I have 17 yes and 15 no. The yes wins.
okay. That motion passes. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is,
Yeah, no, with a one unisex bathroom.
excuse me,
Right.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the motion passes, that was $215,000 for CIP 4A. Now we're on to CIP, I'm sorry, stuff fell. CIP 4H, Athletic Field Design Services on page 223. Chair Jones, would you like to continue?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. This is for CIP 4H, Athletic Field Design Services. It's on page 223. The motion made by Representative Bailey for $200,000, seconded by Jacome. Presentation was by Mr. Barry and Mr. Lotkin. This budget will cover the engineering parts of for the field program, covers the fields, the parking, the building, all the elements that were needed. It also covered the design for the natural and the synthetic turf fields. Questions asked were about the fields and their location and how many actual fields are in the plan. We didn't get quite a final number on that. A follow-up question was that we learned that for each synthetic field equals about 1.5 natural fields. So if we went with natural fields, we would need many more fields, also need additional space than the current 3 areas, Fitch, Sutton, and Colchester. The $200,000 budget covers just the efforts of the 3 planned areas, Fitch, Sutton, and Colchester schools. We would need more funding if the mix changed to all natural. Representative Bailey asked the question, would the design for these fields be going to a bid process? The answer was yes. Moderator Evans asked about the task force, the Fields Task Force, and who controls the money. Mr. Berry answered that they have no control over the money. They just make recommendations. The vote was 3 in favor, Jones, Bailey, and Jacome. I'll make a motion on the floor for the CIP 4-H athletic fields design services for $200,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is that Hanscom?
Yes.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Athletic field design services in the amount of $200,000 made by Representative Jones, seconded by Representative Hanscom. Is there any discussion? It looks like Representative Dean Shinbrock may want to speak.
Could you just tell me what Colchester schools are? What you're referring to?
Colchester.
Colchester.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
I had the same question.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Moderator.
All right, any other questions? So I'm still, I still, oh, here, Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Did you want to speak ahead?
No, I'll go after.
Okay. I would like to move $100,000 for the CIP.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, Chase.
Would you like to, let me just say, main motion for 4-H athletic field design services in the amount of $100,000 made by Representative Fortner, seconded by Representative Chase. Representative Fortner, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. I do not believe that the entire Groton community believes there is a need for all of these fields. There's probably a want. I suggest we pick one property, Fitch or Colchester, for an athletic engineering study design. I think it is unlikely in the very near future that we would put in, implement all of these fields. And by the time maybe this could be implemented, the study might not even be up to date. So rather than spending 200 grand on something that may never happen, or may happen so far in the future, we need another study, I'd prefer to pick one of those very great options, which is either Fitch or Colchester. I think those, and do a study on that piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Representative Flax?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Having served on this committee for the fields, and a person who's generally against, consultants, I am supportive of the 200,000 for this. I think that to Representative Fortner's point about choosing one, it really is, the committee took a lot of time to have a comprehensive plan, and the pieces fit together. There wasn't a desire to put them in order of preference, that there was an overall need. They listened to, the committee itself listened to a lot of different organizations, athletic director at the high school, like a lot of people had involvement. So I do think that there are a number of people who do care about the field study. I also agree there's probably people who don't, but it goes to a better community, the fields do, and having better fields, if you compare ourselves to other adjacent towns, their fields are better than ours. And so I would support the consultant coming in and doing a comprehensive study, and being able to present to the town so that they can move forward with what was recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would just also like to align my comments with Representative Flax on this issue. I've reviewed and viewed a lot of the AFTF meetings, and what I've taken away from it is, the problem is comprehensive across the whole town, and all the fields sort of work in an interlocking fashion as far as like what sports are played here and what sports are played there, and so I think the fields have long long been neglected and kind of been the proverbial can getting kicked down the road thing. And to do it piecemeal at this point in time would only perpetuate that problem. So I think, getting this study done efficiently and effectively would do well for us to get ahead of this problem and come up with a solution that goes at it comprehensively. So I'd be in favor of the original motion and not the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Whitney?
Yes, thank you. I have two questions. One of them is a question from last year. Last year, we approved $100,000. My belief is that was not for planning, but it was for irrigation and maybe regrading of the community center field. I was wondering what the status of that was. And then my other question is, this year, if we're including Claude Chester in the planning, that's still a property of the schools. Has that been decided that it's going over to the town for these purposes? I wonder if we're going a little bit ahead of ourselves by planning for that.
So Representative Whitney, just to give you an update on the field at the community center, we're currently, Public Works, the engineering division, is currently pulling together an RFP. We're going to be going out to bid. I don't know I would guess that in the next couple of months we'll be going out to bid, and you would see work beginning sometime this fall on Claude Chester. I'm sorry, not on Claude Chester, on the community center field, on one of the community center fields.
And this is John. One thing to add is the Board of Ed already voted to turn it over in the fall to the town for Claude Chester.
And are we keeping it for these purposes? I didn't hear about that.
Well, that's the leading, we haven't voted on what to do with it, but you need to know how suitable it is for the fields. Basically, no decision will be made till the study's done. How much can you get on there? What's the price? Is it practical?
But has a decision been made as to whether to go with artificial turf or with grass or whatever?
We haven't started the study, so that's a long ways off.
Representative Chase, did you use?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So you said that Claude Chester, they haven't decided what to do with the Claude Chester property yet, John? Town Manager?
Correct. I mean, but I've not heard anybody talking about much of anything except for athletic fields. Seems to be by far the leading thing. But
Okay.
It has some wet areas there, just like Pine Plains does. So they want to, you want to see what all you can fit on there, and is it affordable?
Okay, so my vote, if it counts for anything, is a town green. It's centrally located, and think of the food truck extravaganza we could have had there this past weekend. Could have had way more. That's my vote. Town green. Every vibrant town needs one. Thank you.
Representative Chacon.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just had a clarifying question. I know when we were going through this in the Parks and Rec committee, I just wanted some more clarification that they said that this, depending on this study, it would be changed depending on if they found the plot of land to be suited for an athletic field versus a green field. So wouldn't it be better to have already identified whether or not we want artificial turf versus natural? I guess that's my question to anybody.
I think that's going to be part of the moving forward, part of the discovery that's included in the proposed work to be done, is trying to identify exactly what's going to best meet the town's need and from a financial situation and just from an operations perspective. So I don't think they're going in, thinking, oh, this is, we're going one way or another. I think, like I said, I think that's still part of what needs to be discovered during this during this next phase.
Okay, thank you.
Representative, is it Sean Powers?
It is, yes, it is, Madam Moderator, and thank you. It's a question for Mr. Berry. Mark, how many hours are we missing for student athletes with our lack of fields?
Ooh, I'm not sure that was something that was quantified through the Athletic Fields Task Force. Mr. Locken has been the department representative on that particular committee, and if he's still on, Jerry may be able to, if that was part of the process, may be able to answer that question.
Madam Moderator, Jerry Locken from Parks and Recreation. The answer to the question on number of hours, I don't have a number of hours, but I can tell you quite clearly that there is zero sport leagues in town that gets all of the hours of field time that they request. It's just a matter of us trying to juggle and make the best of what we have. So we compromise, we give, certain sports priorities over others depending on the season, but yeah, nobody gets all of what they want. And there are even aspects of the community that get none of what they want. So yeah, the number of hours, I'm not sure, but I can tell you that the number of fields in town is not adequate for the demand that we have for athletic fields in Groton.
My second question is, since the Merritt property was in the middle school was built on that property, and that was a proposed site for a complex, a field complex, which I think we had talked about two budgets prior or more. We don't have that in place, that project any longer. Have we looked for a new site for that?
Well, I think one of the sites that we're looking at is the Claude Chester.
No.
Would any of this study work at some type of complex that you had previously discussed? The money for this study would be for something close to this or not? Or would it be a separate study, Mark? You know how you put together the package and they did a study?
Yes.
With the
Yeah,
merit
I think the proposal, and it's been a few years since we've looked at it, but I think the proposal for the Merritt property at the time before it became a school was for either a baseball and a softball field, a baseball or softball field, and a couple of multi-purpose fields. So I think it would be similar to what came out of the, or what is currently at the new Fitch Middle School property. But that didn't address, even that proposal did not
remotely
address.
close to what? Right, exactly. That's the
Yeah,
point.
that-
Is even
yeah,
with
that
the new
did-
school, we don't have the same amount of field space.
Well, the fields that have been added to the middle school do not address all the shortages that still exist within the community.
Yeah, so in order to go forward to do any of this stuff, we definitely need to have the study. Is that correct?
Yeah, if we don't approve the money for the study, then we're going to continue to fall behind other communities, and we're going to continue to not be able to serve all of those youth, adult, and high school athletes.
Yeah, and we're getting a whole nother submarine being built here in town. And every time they break a hull, there's another 200 families that come into the community, and I'm sure that they have children because most of the sailors have children. So thank you for your time, and I'll be voting to approve the 200,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Jones?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm basically in favor of the original number, but my concerns were and we discovered, we sort of talked about this in the committee meeting, that this number seemed to be based on using synthetic fields. And when we asked about adding natural fields, which would take up a lot more space and need a lot more money, that was the statement, that it would need more money because we'd need more space. So I'm just sort of wondering that the decision was sort of made to go with synthetic fields, and this budget was based around using synthetic fields, but we haven't really come to full terms on that yet. So I'm just a little concerned that this amount is accurate, in that we may switch and just do all natural fields. And is this number going to work for that? In that, inevitability if we go in that direction. So that's my concern, is I'm basically okay with the original number. We need some money to start the plan and get things going, but do we have an accurate number based on a decision that hasn't been made yet of whether we use synthetic or we use natural? Thank you.
Madam Moderator, if I can attempt to answer that question.
Please, thanks.
So Representative Jones, the amount of money that's in this CIP project will plan for fields at those 3 locations, as you've mentioned. If we, the answer to the question about synthetic or artificial turf versus natural turf is going to happen. The fields on each of these locations are going, we're gonna know what the cost of that is, and it's going to be up to the community to say, we want to spend the extra money for an artificial surface field, or we don't want to spend the money. At the end of it, we'll have plans for each of these 3 sites. If we have, if we choose to go with natural surface fields, these 3 sites won't hold that. So we would actually have to be coming back again to do additional studies for additional locations. So the question of whether or not we go with artificial or natural surfaces is really a money question. It's this study is going to tell us what fields we can put on there, how much they'll cost. If we do, a synthetic turf field on Clodchester property, it's going to cost this much. If we put a natural surface field on Clodchester property, it's going to cost this much. The study is going to answer that question for us, so we'll be able to balance the pros and cons of one field over another versus the cost of one field over another. So that's the question that is going to be answered with the study.
So, Mr. Luckin, if the decision was made to go with all natural fields, would the amount of money be okay to work with just these 3 locations with whatever field was put on them, knowing that if we went with natural fields, we might need more space later on and more money later on for those additional? But is there enough money in the 200,000 to cover these 3 locations with whether it's artificial turf or natural?
Yes, that's the amount of money we asked for to develop plans for these 3 properties.
Yeah.
And if we build natural fields on all of these properties, we will not have enough field space in town. So we would be coming back for additional land acquisition, another school, looking for, another closing school. We'd be looking for property somewhere else and additional money to, do the same kind of planning on those properties.
But for these 3 fields, we would be good. No matter what we put on them, we're good for these 3 fields. So
yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I support that then. I support the original amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Jean Shinbrook.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just have a quick question, and that is it less expensive to maintain an artificial field than a turf field? So in the long run, it might be better to have an artificial, or is this the wrong place to start that argument?
Yeah, I think people could present arguments on both sides. I can tell you an artificial, a synthetic field, if we're going to maintain fields at the same level at Pequannock Plains that we do in other places, those fields get mowed 3 days a week. And with a synthetic turf field, you don't have to do that.
Okay.
But that's not to say that there isn't, maintenance associated with synthetic turf fields, but you also, to keep the grass green, there's an investment in that's another investment, another expense in operating a synthetic turf field. I mean, a natural turf field, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fortner, would you like to speak for your second and last time?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Mr. Locken or Mr. Berry, could you please refresh our memory on what the cost of building out these 3 proposed field complexes would be? I know it's a range, but I've forgotten what it is. Thank you.
I'm not even sure that a range has been put out there. I think and Jerry maybe can correct me, but you know, at the risk of putting a number out there now, that's what sticks in everybody's head. And then, you know, if it comes in higher, then it's, well, you said it was going to be this. So I think the Athletic Field Task Force has kind of avoided identifying a number, and that's part of the discovery of, you know, of this particular project.
I thought I recalled it, Chad Frost saying something about X number of dollars per field, maybe not the entire build out, but like, you know, $500,000 a field or $1 million a field, and obviously I know there's different types of fields. I forget what the traditional one for soccer or lacrosse, and then more of a small younger kid field. But I thought there was an amount that he threw out there. No?
Well, you know, part of that, and I think the town manager brought this up earlier, you know, part of figuring out what it's going to cost is taking a detailed look at the sites and determining, okay, well, you know what, putting a field here isn't going to work, or it's going to work, but we're going to have to take, you know, additional steps to mitigate whatever the challenge is, and that's going to impact the cost. So I think whatever number Mr. Frost threw out was probably a swag.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Swag, huh? Thank you. Representative, let's see, Cucino.
Hey, my question is, I've heard a lot of people saying that oh, geez, I just went brain dead. The natural fields are not going to be bigger than the other ones. I don't understand how that is. I mean, I'm thinking of a football field in my head, and doesn't matter if it's natural on turf, it's still the same size. Could you explain that to me? Whomever. There you go.
Representative Pacino, I think when we talk about more space, that speaks to the question of an artificial surface field can be used more than a natural grass field. So to get the same amount of use, you'd have to have, you know, a field and a half of grass, you know, per artificial surface field, a single field. So, you know, the size of a field is the size of a field. It's just that you can't put as much use on a natural surface field as you can on a synthetic field. So synthetic fields get more use, therefore you could have less of them. If you have natural grass fields, you need more, so you need more land to build additional fields.
Got it. You nailed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Representative Chase, would you like to speak for the second and last time?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. For a point of clarification, aren't there 3 schools closing this year at the end of this school year?
There are. One of them is going to be kept though as a backup, Mary Morrison, and then SB Butler is going to be turned over to the town.
So why are we focusing on Colchester?
Part of it, I think, is proximity to Quantic Plains, so that it's easier to maintain and makes a central gathering point for athletic competitions. Mark, add anything I'm missing, please.
Yeah, from an operational perspective, it makes a lot more sense to have all the fields located in one area versus having them scattered all over town, which just is more windshield time for the park staff if they have to load up equipment and drive all across town to different fields and line them and whatnot. So we've been looking at Gloucester from an operational efficiency perspective.
So if you build fields on Gloucester, you still won't have enough fields, though, you're saying?
No, well, I think the Athletic Fields Task Force has identified three areas, three proposed areas, adding additional fields at the high school, adding, reconfiguring fields at Sutton Park, which is just down the hill and adjacent to the high school, and then also looking at Gloucester.
And so once those three properties are built, have fields built on them, will we have enough fields?
That will depend somewhat on what the decision is on whether the decision to go with synthetic or natural turf fields. If it's natural turf, as Mr. Locken explained, we will need more physical space because in order to meet the need, you need a certain number of fields, and natural turf fields, you're going to need more of them because they can't stand the level of use that a synthetic turf field can.
Okay, thank you.
Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just to circle back, yeah, so I'm in favor of the original motion, the $200,000 study. Like this study is going to give us a lot of information as far as the cost differentials and the capabilities and capacity of synthetic turf versus natural turf. So I think there's some of the putting the cart before the horse here, where we're trying to figure out costs based on information we do not have yet. So I would say, like, we need to get this study done and make it as comprehensive as possible so that we have a firm understanding of where we are and where we would like to get to and what it would take to get there. Thank you.
Representative Powers?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I do know one thing when it comes to construction and sites and plans, everything is an estimate, and depending on the topography of the fields, the layout, the drainage, all of this stuff is moving. It's constantly a figure that you can have an estimate for, but you're not going to get a final figure for until you start doing the work. And more importantly, what people don't understand is that due to COVID, the cost of materials is constantly climbing. And the more we put things off in town and the less we do, the higher the expenses are going to be later down the road. You know, secondly, like I said, education is one of the biggest focuses we have. Well, recreation after education is just as important in a quality of life situation when it comes to building our community. So I'm voting for the board here. Thank you for your effort and everything that you do for the town.
Thank you. So seeing no hands up, I think we are ready to vote on the amendment to the main motion, which is $215,000 for CIP 4H made by, 200,000, no, sorry.
Oh, no, you've got an
Reading
amendment.
the wrong minutes. It's $100,000 made for CIP 4H athletic field design services made by Representative Fortner, seconded by Representative Chase. I do think we're probably going to need a roll call vote on this.
I'm ready for you.
Thank you.
Representative Adams,
Yes.
Bailey,
No.
Baker,
No.
Burrell,
No.
Casper,
No.
Cassieri,
No.
Chase,
Yes.
Pop,
No.
Crockett Hubbard,
No.
I spent a lot of time.
Dean Shinbrot,
No.
Fitzgerald,
Yes.
Blacks.
No.
Representative, okay, thank you. Fortner,
Yes.
Brickman,
No.
Hanscom,
No.
Jacome,
No.
Jones,
No.
Barry,
No.
Kristen Powers,
No.
Sean Powers,
No.
Pacino,
No.
Ray,
No.
Richards,
No.
Rusk, Jason,
No.
Rusk, Jill,
No.
Stevenson,
No.
Thomas,
No.
Washington,
No.
Watson.
Watson left. He
Oh.
texted me.
Okay, sorry. Wells,
No.
Whitney,
No.
Eben.
No.
There you go. 4 in favor and 27 opposed.
Merritt, no.
Gustafson's here. I'm a no.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought I didn't see Gustafson. Hey, hey. So,
Merritt's here.
and Merritt's here. See, you guys got to let me know you're here. Okay, so that Merritt, Gustafson's a no, did you say?
Correct.
Okay, so that would be 28, and Merritt
No.
is no, and that's 29. So 29 no, and
That
4
motion
yes.
fails 4 to 29 to 0.
Correct. Correct.
So we have a main motion on the floor for $200,000 made by Representative Jones, seconded by Representative Hanscom for athletic field design services, CIP 4H. All in favor of that, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Please put up your little hand if you can. I only see one.
That's all I see.
And any abstentions? All right, that motion passes. Thank you. I've had a request for a break for 5 minutes. So right now it's 9:07. So if we want to come back at like say 9:13, that would be good. All right. Guys, okay? Did you hear me?
Thank you.
Great.
Take a break.
5 minutes, 9:13.
Yes. Hello?
Yes.
I'm here.
I think it's just some of us.
I was wondering if we could restart our meeting.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Sure.
All right. Madam Clerk, do we need a roll call or can we just start?
Yeah, we can, Andrette, who's here, we've got 36 coming right this second, but I'm sure a lot of people left from the Parks and Rec, so let me just peruse. Go ahead and start.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is Public Safety Account 1024. And Representative Rusk, would you like to read your minutes on that? And it's on page 107.
Yes. So the R.T.M Public Safety Committee met on April 8th. And the members present were Representative Kate Richards, Melinda Kassiri, Karen Adams, Ian Thomas, and Chair Jill Rusk. Absent were Representative Lynn Crockett-Hubbard, Harry Watson, and Sheila Perry. Also present were Moderator Sim Evans, Town of Groton Chief of Police L.J. Fasaro, City of Groton Mayor Keith Hedrick, City of Groton Police Chief Mike Spellman, City of Groton Finance Director Ron Uhas, Groton Long Point Police Chief Knowles, and Groton Long Point President David McBride. Account number 1027 for Town of Groton Public Safety. A motion was made by Representative Kassiri, seconded by Representative Richards for the amount of $9,258,908. Chief Fasaro gave a brief overview of the budget, stated that much of the increase is due to the State of Connecticut Public Act 2001, an act concerning police accountability. Increases included drug testing, psychological testing, additional overtime, camera programs, and additional training in use of force. Chief Fasaro reported that the RTM and Town Council expressed interest in a social worker, which he is adding to the department, as well as an additional community policing officer. There's an added addendum which highlighted the budget increases due to Public Act 2001, which I believe was presented to all of the RTM. The increase in line 10247 was asked about by Representative Richards. Chief Fasaro reported that the increase is due to the increased positions, as well as putting officers in the correct line item. The school resource officers are in that line, which is later reimbursed by the Board of Education. There was a discussion on community policing. There was a discussion on the social worker and mobile crisis. And I think that was it. So we voted on the number of $9,258,908. 6 were in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstained.
Would you like to put a motion on the? Oh.
I'm sorry.
Nothing. I was going to ask you to put a motion. You're already on it.
I would move the amount of $9,258,908.
Second.
Second.
I believe Joan seconded it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Adams.
Yeah. Anyway, a few of you did it simultaneously, but I saw Joan's first. Sorry. So we do have a motion on the floor for account 1024, public safety, made by Representative Jill Rusk in the amount, and seconded by Representative Jones in the amount of $9,258,908. Is there any discussion on this number? Representative Stevenson?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I had just a question to start off with. I noticed for police captain, we had budgeted or we estimated for 2021 2, adjusted 2021 was 1, and now we're requesting the 2 again. Does that mean that during 2020 we had, or 2021 we only had 1 police captain for that time?
Good evening, Madam Moderator. May I answer that?
Please, Mr.
Thanks.
Chief Fasaro, thank you.
Yes, we know that there's actually two in the budget this year. Last year there was, if you look, there was more lieutenants than captains. Basically, what we did with the working with the town manager is took the emergency management slash communications director position, which was a lieutenant, and it increased into a captain. Prior, it had been a director, a standalone position within the town before the departments merged. Now it's commensurate with the duties and what it was before. Although now it's a blue captain as opposed to a civilian director.
Okay. So the two people, additional personnel, that is one for the social worker and one for an additional patrol officer, if I'm reading this correctly?
Correct. Correct. The two people, one's a social worker or civilian. The other is a police officer for dedicated community policing.
Could you give a little bit of an explanation of what that means exactly? The community policing part?
Sure. I'm going to turn back the clock probably 20 years. We had officers that were assigned to do community policing in specific areas of the town. Over the years, those were eliminated for a variety of reasons. Can't really tell you why, but prior to my arrival, our department uses a community-oriented policing philosophy. Officers are assigned ownership patrols where they go out and they patrol the same area most of the time. They may have a mystic patrol, or they could have NOANC and or other patrols are out by some of the more developed areas where we have stores and restaurants. So officers work those regularly. Even though it's a community-oriented philosophy, they can't dedicate their duties to problem-solving and community-oriented activities. So what we did is a couple of years ago, we took an officer and we assigned her exclusively to coordinate our community policing, engage with students in school, have a presence at the library, do activities with other stakeholders in town. We do a lot with Parks and Rec, Senior Center, some of the other locations around town, but we don't, and that same officer also teaches there and does things in the school, the elementary schools. What we haven't been able to do is reconstitute what we had years ago, which is dedicated police officers in a certain community policing function at different locations in the town. For instance, we had an individual that was assigned to Quantic Bridge. That was his only duty. He would work with people in that particular section of town to address problem issues or do some problem-oriented policing strategies. We're trying to get back to that. We want to reconstitute having an officer assigned to the community policing offices in Navy Housing, Mystic, as well as Paquonic Bridge, and have that a regular presence. So they're exclusively doing community-oriented policing stuff. I had heard that from several members of the council that had discussed this with me, as well as representatives of the R.T.M. So there's two different things. Patrol officers that are out there working patrols, responding to calls for service, motor vehicle accidents, conducting investigations, where a dedicated community policing officer focuses on problem-oriented policing in a specific area. Hope that answers your question.
So, but as I'm understanding this, we are looking to add community police officers instead of repurposing patrol officers.
Correct.
To be those community positions.
Correct.
Could you speak to that at all? How are you saying that they are parallel services and not supportive? How does that work?
They're both police officers. Our patrol staff is the numbers that we have covers all of our patrols 24/7. It accounts for people that go on vacation, people that are on injury leave or taking vacation time or sick leave, things like that. So the positions that we have in our patrol force of the patrol officers are calculated based on the number of patrols we have at any given time during the week on the 3 different shifts. This is a person that isn't part of that contingent. It's a police officer. It's an incumbent police officer that would move in to this community policing position. Meanwhile, we would hire an entry-level position to backfill that person in the patrol.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think the public safety budget has gotten some pretty good increases over the years. And I noticed that this year we have another 3.4% increase, if I'm not mistaken. I know there's a lot of stuff coming from the state. Sorry, 4.1 increase.
Correct.
But we're also not increasing the education budget at all this year. So I would like to move another number. I would like to move a number of 8,945,237, and that is an increase for the social worker that is going to be added because I do support that.
Second, Thomas.
All right, we have an amendment to the main motion of $8,945,237 made by Representative Stevenson, seconded by Representative Thomas. Is there any discussion on that? Is Representative Pacino, did you want to speak to the amendment?
No, I wanted to speak to the social worker and wanted to ask why we decided to go with only one. Was two on the table? And why we ended up with one, sir?
No, we haven't had this program before. Quite frankly, I don't know of any other department in our area that's had this program. I think it would be, quite frankly, I don't know of any other department in our area that's had this program. I think it would be more prudent to start small and see how it develops from there. My hope is that we'd be able to achieve the results we want with one social worker as opposed to two or three. But really, we have to design the program. We have to select a person for this position, and we have to start utilizing them. And I think only after a couple of years would we know if it would be beneficial to have more than one. I've said it in other meetings. My intent to this for this position is to have it as a shared service. Not exclusive to our department. Certainly, we'd expect them to work with the other agencies here in town, but under our auspices. Again, I don't know that it would be. If I were you, I would want to see how successful it was before we started hiring 2 or 3 people in the position. I think starting with one is a modest start, and it gets us moving in the direction that I've heard from both the town council and representatives of the R.T.M. about getting social workers involved in things where police officers may not always be the best solution for them. And it's the person that will work with our officers day in, day out, and we can direct issues to that person, even when they're not responding or not working on them.
Absolutely. All right, thank you.
Representative Stevenson, did you wish to speak more to your motion? It seemed like you had spoken to it when you made the motion, but if you had more to say, you certainly can have the floor.
Just like I've made all the points I wanted to make.
Thank you. You can reserve your comments for a second.
I will do that. Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Sean Powers, perhaps?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Am I led to believe that we're lowering the number that was on the floor?
Yes, the motion on the
$158,908 down to $8,945,237. Is that correct?
That's the motion I have written down, yes.
Okay, I'd like to, I'm going to take some time here. I'd like to thank Chief Fasaro, the whole staff, and all the officers that work for our town diligently and hard. I don't agree with reducing this budget at all. I have a couple of questions for the chief. What do we foresee as far as staffing is concerned and retirees and the status of all of the things that have gone on in society today and how much of a stress it's put on all of the officers in our community? Can you speak a little bit to that, please?
I think in a general sense, we've seen a lot of things throughout the country this year that have certainly impacted our officers and given them time to pause and reflect upon their career choice. I'd be lying if that weren't the case. I think you'd hear that from the chief on to the newest police officer. But I would also tell you that I think we have a dedicated bunch of professionals that despite the challenges they may see or perceive or know of out in the public, that they're going to continue doing their job. I think that culture exists in this department. I've seen it from the men and women who staff our ranks at from the newest to the most seasoned veteran here in the department. So we have seen some attrition. we will see more attrition. That's just a fact of the type of organization that we're in. People will move on from their careers. We had one leave today. We had an officer that left last Friday, and we're trying to replace people with a hell of a lot of experience and a lot of good qualities with people that have similar qualities and not quite as much experience. But the other part of this that's important to know is we're required to do a lot more today than we were years ago. And I've said that to this body in the past. We're asking police officers to be social workers, to be healthcare providers, to go out and solve crimes, to impact problems in the community, to work with community stakeholders to advance the things that we want in our community to make it a better community to live, work, play in. I can tell you with the $313,000 cut, I'd be looking at not necessarily replacing, but maybe even having to possibly cut some positions. That would be unfortunate because the newest officers we've hired has been a direct result of our minority recruitment efforts. So that would be problematic because I'm certainly not going to bring new people in the department in order to kind of get rid of the old, the folks that are already here. So we would not be hiring certain positions where that would be the case. I'm sorry, does that answer your question?
You need more staff, and how many more would you need in order to continue to police us at this level?
It's what I put in my budget this year. We're not looking for additional positions. Again, the positions that we did ask for were a direct result of conversations I've had with elected officials and appointed officials here in town. There's an interest in getting a social worker. I heard that the other day when I met with the Public Safety Committee. The same thing rang true with the town council, and an enhanced community policing posture. We can only do so much with the officers we have. We have to respond to calls for service. Our officers are saving lives every day. It used to be uncommon for me to see something about an officer doing a Narcan and administering Narcan out in the field. Now it's commonplace. It isn't even alarmist anymore. We get it. I get it in the daily reports when our officers do it, and it isn't even as noteworthy as it was a couple of years ago. It's happening all the time. Those are duties we still expect them to perform, so they'll be doing that. So despite kind of round out the question where you first asked, what is the attitude of our officers? They're still out there doing their job every day. They're doing a good job at it. They're professional. They're dedicated public servants, and they'll continue to be dedicated public servants despite what's going on in society and maybe some of the feelings that they've internalized as a result of some of the things that have happened across the country and here in Connecticut.
Thank you very much for all of your service, Chief.
Thank
And
you.
the entire department.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to just note, we have two members who are in the attendees mode, Representative Richard and Gustafson. I don't know if they can be moved over. I don't know if they wish to speak, but Representative Washington?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. With no disrespect, Chief Fasaro, I have the highest regard to police officers, but police officers aren't the only profession that are under stress and have to constantly change. Teachers, for example, they're always changing. They have to be social workers. They have to be mothers and fathers and on and on and on. We always lose teachers. So police officers, that's not the only field where people leave because of whatever reason. They're not happy. It wasn't what they thought it was going to be. But my question is, with the community policing, why cannot the police officers get out of their cars and walk sometimes instead of sitting in their cars all the time? I mean, why do we have to hire two police officers just to do community policing when I don't see the reason why some police officers just can't get out of their cars and walk around the neighborhood? And as a police chief, what is your role in community policing?
Great questions. First, to kind of address your first point, our officers have a lot of requirements. Just like you said, teachers file reports. They have accountability that they have to be accountable for their actions and report things up to their superiors. Our officers now have, they've always had a lot of paperwork, but they still have paperwork that they complete in their cruisers. They have a mobile data terminal, which makes it available to them to do reports while they're sitting in their cruisers. We have requirements for them to update on their training, to sign off on their policies, which they do electronically. Could officers get out, and do they get out and do random patrols? Absolutely. But if an officer is sitting in a parking lot, I think it's tough to assume that that person's not doing anything. They may have just left a motor vehicle accident, and now they have to produce a 14-page motor vehicle report on the state forms. You know, we may have to, they may have to catch up on some of the training that we do in-house, which is every week. They have to sign off and view videos and training bulletins from their cars. But certainly we encourage them, and I encourage our officers to get out, meet the community, to walk around, to go. We do that quite regularly down in Mystic, but there's other neighborhoods that certainly would benefit from an enhanced presence of our officers, not just in a motor patrol, but getting out and walking around. And that's one of those things that we're hoping to do, to be able to utilize our bicycle patrols a little bit more often. But we're kind of at the point where our officers now are doing what they need to do during their everyday activities to make sure they complete the job that they're assigned to do, their reports and all those things that they have to stay on top of, but also remain available to respond to emergency calls and calls for service. So yes, there are certainly times when it is warranted and necessary for them to get out and walk around in certain communities and in our business areas. And certainly I'll take that message back as well. But I can assure you our supervisors are also committed to that. In fact, I know I had one of our supervisors tell me this weekend how he had the opportunity to get a couple of officers out and just do some walking patrols in downtown areas. So, and specifically about my job is to make sure my officers have the ability to get out and do that stuff. I try not to encumber them too much, but we have a lot of training requirements, and they have reports to do and jobs to fulfill. So we make sure that they complete those, and the supervisors monitor their activities. And when possible, getting them out and being involved in community activities. We do that. In fact, today, this has probably not been the best year to hold up as an example, but today I spoke with one of our officers who's going to schedule a couple of events coming up. So you can mark your calendars for a coffee with the cop that we're going to be doing at the senior center on the 27th, I believe. I'm sorry, the 21st, from 9 to 11 at the senior center. So those are the types of things that we're planning, as well as another event hoping to do during the summer in partnership with Parks and Rec at Paquonic Plains, where they're trying to plan for an event for families, get out there and have cops and cones, which is an event to get families out with ice cream and that sort of stuff. So there's a couple of ideas right there.
Thank you. And my second question is, you said there was an increase in your budget because you have to do drug testing every 3 years with the new police mandates. How often do you do drug testing now?
Other than initial hiring, pre-employment screening, we don't. That if you look at the addendum that was sent out earlier today, I gave some estimates. That is a direct result of the police accountability bill. I assessed based on the information that I had available when I produced the budget that in addition to the CIP, which I know we'll be talking about in a couple of minutes, roughly about $487,000 of direct and indirect costs. That was my estimate. That was stuff that that we're required to do, everything from drug testing to additional training for new use of force standards that have been implemented here in Connecticut or passed under Public Act 20-01. Accreditation, which is now a requirement. There is about $11,000 initial cost to accreditation plus an annual fee. Psychological testing, the social worker that we had talked about, body cameras. Fortunately, we had fielded those a number of years ago, so the cost on that is not what it would have been if we were fielding it for the first time. But those are all things that I did a calculation on based on best estimates at the time of what those would cost. Those you should have those available to you. And the other part of this I explained to the Public Safety Committee is our officers operate under a contract. We can't just say, okay, you're not going to get a lunch today. You're going to go have your medical testing or your drug testing or your psychological testing on your lunch break. They're entitled to that. So if they're not working, we need to send them to that training. If they're working the overnight shift and we can't get them rescheduled for day shift, and there is some overtime that the department will incur as a result of that. So those are, again, these are estimates. After this year, we'll have a better accounting of what that might be, what the actual costs are, but I gave my best stab at what I thought were reasonable costs based on the requirements that are now in place under the new Public Act.
And one last question. Can you explain personal liability insurance?
There was a discussion early on where officers now, because there was an increase, the state, as part of Public Act 20-01, there was an increase potential for civil suits for officers under state law. So there was some discussions about that. We did not, after talking about it with the town attorney, that I didn't put anything in there. There was an initial discussion if that was something that would be necessary at this point, based on the guidance and information that I've got, and we didn't put anything line item. But that would be some type of insurance. I know other communities in Connecticut have purchased it to ensure that there's additional insurance for employees should they be involved in some type of state tort action.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. All right. Quick question for the chief or maybe the town manager. I'm curious to know, when is the last time the police budget was a 0% increase?
I don't know that answer. I don't know if it was, I've been here for, I think this is my 5th budget, so I don't know if it had happened before then. Again, those were probably in different times with different requirements, but I don't know when that was. And as I explained to you the other night on our R.T.M meeting, the Public Safety Committee meeting, we do have collective bargaining agreements in place. So as a result of those and some contracts, there's typically an increase for contracts that we have in place with vendors, as well as the collective bargaining agreements with the unions that are representing our employees. So there's typically an increase as a result of those alone.
Understood. Yeah, and likewise, the education budget often faces the same challenges where they have contracted increases, yet year after year they're often asked to do a 0% increase. They've usually go to great efforts to make that happen. Now, as far as what, in your opinion, what would it take? I'm sorry, is the town manager still on here? I'm curious to know. Is he?
Mr. Burt?
Yeah.
Yes,
I am on here.
Do you happen to know when the last time the police budget was a 0% increase?
I don't offhand, and Cindy doesn't know either. Like the chief said, with the raises now, and the school typically, by the way, has the raises, but they have some fund balance they've been able to pull through and other things. It's not like the chief has those other resources to help get at a 0 increase.
Is there any way to set something like that up so if they have a good year where they don't spend a certain amount, they can put it into a fund balance that maybe would help offset years when they need to increase?
No, that's what the general fund is for all departments.
All right. Now, we did receive that addendum in detailed fashion, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Chief and Town Manager. As far as like the breakdown of costs associated with the police accountability bill. And I just wanted to reiterate my desire to see, and I would hope all the R.T.M would be, and town government would also be interested to see what the actual and the adjusted costs are on the other side of this come next year, to see what the actual costs were for these things, just to make sure that we have a firm target on that. And I think you just answered my other question as far as what happens to the money not spent on the police accountability bill requirements. It cycles back into the general fund.
That is correct.
All right. So, so what would it take for the chief? What would it take to reconstitute those town-wide community policing methods that you described that were in existence about 20 years ago?
Oh, well, that's what I proposed in the budget, to put individuals into those offices on designated days of the week. That is the plan with the budget I presented. Is
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Frickman?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. Actually, first I want to thank you, John Burt, for mentioning that, because I think it's kind of an unfair comparison to compare the education budget and the police budget, because they're completely two different animals. And the education budget has the opportunity to take those funds they have available from the health fund to use that money to cover the cost. So by claiming the two of them are the same and why didn't police do this is not fair. And I also want to say that I do not understand how we're asking the police to do more, increase community policing, but we're going to take their money away from them. It's, for me, it's kind of like an unfunded mandate from the federal government. Here, do this, do more, but I'm not going to give you money, or I'm going to take money away. And I don't agree with that concept. So I don't agree with the number on the floor right now, and I won't vote for it.
Thank you. Representative Chase?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would like to remind everyone what Mr. Burt said earlier, that if you decrease a department's funds, you can't dictate where they spend it by saying, I only want you to hire a social worker. That's number one. And in my opinion, I think we have the best police department around here. The training that they get, they do an awesome job. They always have the utmost respect. I've always encountered with them utmost respect. And I'm basically astounded that you can increase the Parks and Rec for $43,000 with 18 employees, but you want to decrease the police department that has 90. I don't understand that way of thinking. I will not be voting for that first amended dollar amount. I will be voting for the original amount. And thank you, Chief, for everything that you do, and your men and women that work for you. They're awesome people.
Thank you. Representative Flax?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm going to echo some of the things that have been said, but try to keep it brief. To the Chief, I want to thank you for all that you do. I know you've been here for a while now, 5 years, you said. You guys have had body cameras way before it was mandated. You've had that on your docket for quite a while. I think it was your first year you came in that you got them. I think there have been other years in the past, to answer Representative Thomas's question, where the budgets were actually cut from what was asked for and from given the year prior. I think that the kind of what Representative Chase was saying, that it's incredible to me also that there are representatives on the R.T.M. trying to hold the police to a different standard than other departments, and that they're making up rules or things like, and the fact that it was pointed out by me earlier and by Representative Chase just now, that the budget can be spent any way they want to. So to cut everything but a social worker doesn't, it's not doing what the intent is. I'm not even sure what the intent is. So I would not support the second number on the floor. Definitely would support what's being asked for, especially in light of what's being mandated by the state in that document that the town manager sent around earlier, of costs that they're going to incur based on mandates that they have no choice. So to cut when the state's insisting that they have certain things it doesn't make sense. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Baker? You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Now
There
you
you go.
can. Okay. I was just curious, the gentleman who put the second amendment on for the 8,945,000 plus, I wondered where he thought the cut should take place. I mean, he just came up with that number, and I wonder what he thought should be cut. I agree that we need to fund our police department with every single dollar that we can, because they do a good job and they've got a hard job to do. So I'm in favor of the 9 million, but I was curious where the gentleman thought we needed to cut.
Thank you. Representative Cassieri?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Hi, Chief. Is it fair to say at this time that you have enough officers to adequately respond to calls, and based on your call volume to officer ratio, you do not have enough patrol officers at this time to have another officer exclusively used as a community policing officer other than Officer McClelland?
That's fair to say. And what I didn't point out is there are requirements right now that were already done, to use a military term, were taken out of hide, meaning during the pandemic, we've seen a dramatic increase in the pistol permit applications, which our department is responsible for issuing. I've had to pull an officer from patrol to work exclusively on that. Going to have to do it again for the training requirements that are happening. So that's fair to say. Again, our officers do accrue time off. They use it, and they should use it. I want them to use it. It's good for them. It's good for their health, their families. So we staff the patrols. We don't have an overabundance of officers where we. I wish we did. I wish we had an overabundance of officers, and I wouldn't have to ask for this. That we can put into community policing roles and not deplete our patrol force. I had to we had a dedicated traffic officer some time ago. Pulled that person off of the dedicated traffic detail because we needed to put that person in patrol. So your statement is fair. Our officers need to respond to calls for service and to investigate criminal complaints. The community policing officer is meant to do specifically that, just community policing. That doesn't mean if a crime happens in their presence or an officer needs backup, they can't assist, but they're not responding to calls for service. They're not responding to investigative issues where they have to dedicate a lot of time to that. Their job is to interface with the community. And so far, Officer Heather McClellan's been exceptional at that, but she's only one person and she does more coordination than she does actually staffing offices. My goal for this second person would be to staff those offices, have a schedule where they were available to the neighborhoods throughout the town on a regular basis.
Thank you. So it is also fair to say that with the cut of $300,000, that you would not be able to adequately pay for the social worker, the community policing officer, and the increases of the police accountability bill.
That is fair. I would have to, that's a sizable decrease. I'd have to either not fill positions or consider cutting some.
Thank you. And I would just like to make a statement at this time. I think adding the social worker officer partnership pilot program will make us a leader in this area in law enforcement. This is not something that has been done in this area, and I think this is a phenomenal program to be starting. This is an opportunity for a non-uniformed person to assist people, but also have the protection of a uniformed police officer for a person in crisis. This could deter dangerous mental health crises by checking in on individuals who officers may not have the opportunity to follow up on. And I can personally attest to how beneficial this will be for our community. I wish this would have been this would have been available to me during my time in law enforcement. I am asking you to vote for the original number. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Burrill?
Yes, I can't support the amended figure. 25 years ago, I worked with community policing officers in Quantic Ridge area. We helped put together the Cornfish Neighborhood Association. We also put together the neighborhood revitalization zone to help this neighborhood.
Can you please, excuse me, if people aren't not talking, can you mute?
I can't talk now.
No, you can talk. Representative Burrill, please continue.
Madam Moderator, I think that was him with the background noise.
Oh, I thought it was someone else. I'm sorry.
Madam Moderator,
Right,
may I add something?
Yes, sure.
Just a comment to go back on a question I was asked earlier about being zero. I know that in my tenure since I've been here, we have been cut at the R.T.M. I don't remember what year it was or the amount, but I know that has happened. So I think if the point was every year the department increases, we do have salary increases, but there have been times I know during my tenure, and I can't point to the specific examples, probably my first year or two as chief, there were cuts that we received at the art. As we progressed through the questions, I did recall that and wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Representative Jean Shinbrock.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening, Chief. I can get my video to work. There were cuts made when I first started on the R.T.M. 10, 11 years ago. I do remember that. I was somewhat appalled that they would cut a police budget. I always thought that was the most important part, that and education. Probably the only reason I've stayed in Groton my entire life was because of the police department.
Oh my God.
But my question is, in the community policing, I do know, having worked in the middle school for a number of years, the officers that have been there have been a great asset. But for the students and quite frankly for the staff, do you still plan to continue that in the same way, or have you thought of bringing it into the elementary schools?
Absolutely. We did adopt a motto a year or two ago: every school, every day. Our officers do frequently stop in the schools while they're in session. Obviously, during COVID, it's been a mixed bag as to when students are present. Officer McClellan, as one of her additional duties as a community policing officer, frequently goes to the different schools in town.
She does.
We're going to continue that. We do. She instructs DARE. We teach DARE. And that is, again, a helpful program. It's been called into question by some in the past nationally, but I'm hugely supportive of anything that puts a positive face on a police officer and allows them to make a positive influence on people. And that's really what community policing is about, right? I mean, I was asked before about the police accountability, all the things that are happening in society. Well, what better way for the police to now regain trust and faith from the community by interfacing with them in a community policing role? That's what we want. We want our community to trust us. We want our officers to engage with the public. We want our officers to be the helping hand when people need help. But unfortunately, sometimes in police work, we don't get to do that because we're tasked with taking people into custody and depriving them of their liberties when they've committed a crime. So community policing is that connection between the police department and the town and its citizens that should have a positive reflection and avoid the need to arrest people in the future, because we're solving problems. Officers are dealing with issues at the lowest level possible before they grow into bigger issues that do result in crime and recidivism and having people that get arrested and put in jail multiple times. We're dealing with that in its very infancy rather than waiting for it to mature into a big problem. And that's really what we're hoping that this will do. And I would say, I wasn't here, but back in the early 90s, there were top fast grants under the Clinton administration. Police departments across the country were getting a lot of federal dollars to start community policing programs effective. I would venture to guess that happened here in Groton, that the examples that we heard of earlier with, whether it was Officer Dexter Heron or Derek Robertson or all these folks that were out there in these community policing offices doing great work, were probably the byproduct of some of that funding that came from federal streams. We don't have that today. That's I hope we do. We certainly aggressively pursue grants for things like that, but right now it's not available for us. But I do think there's a need in both the community and our department to reinvigorate those connections. And I think it's good for not just the community relations, but it's good to keep crime down. It's good to make Groton a safer and more hospitable place to people to live, work, and play. And we'll be committed to that either way, whatever the decision of this body is. But I can assure you that our officers will go out there and do the best job that they have always done. You know that because you've said it yourself just a minute ago. But all we're doing is trying to fulfill the requests of, like I said, elected officials and appointed officials here in town that ask, what else can you do with the police department especially under these times. And this is what we're trying to do.
Thank you.
Does Representative Richards have a question? Sorry, I think she's on a phone and may not be able to raise a hand. No. All right, Representative.
Madam Moderator, this is
yes?
Representative Richards. Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you? Yes.
I didn't have my hand raised, but I will just comment that I am in keeping in mind that the additions to the budget by the police department are related to the community policing officer and the social worker. And I think those are very important things for us to be focusing on and to reorienting, all of the police force towards more. And also there are certainly costs related to the police accountability bill that I think we should be supporting too. So I am supporting the original number that was put on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Rusk, is it Jill perhaps? I'm not quite sure.
Yes, sorry. I just wanted to kind of reiterate what Representative Richards just stated. The police accountability bill has imposed unfunded mandates for our police departments, and we need to support them. Additionally, we as the R.T.M. unanimously passed the Cork recommendations, which have asked for Chief Fusaro to put in more community policing. He responded to that. I think we need to turn around and support our police departments across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Stevens, would you like to speak for the last time on your amended figure?
That'd be great. Yeah, so I pulled up, voted on 3 budgets while at the R.T.M. So I went back and pulled up my old budget binders to see what we got here. So in 2021, we gave a 3.8% increase to public safety. No cuts to that from the request to what was finally passed. And in 2019 for the 2020 budget, there was a 2.6% increase. Also in the education little pamphlet gives a history going back all the way to 2011 for the education. In 2021, this year, we're doing a 0%. The year before that, 1.24. Before that, 0.02, then 0. 0.34% decrease in 2016, 2017, a 2.17 increase in 2015, 1.95 in 2014, 1.4 in 2013, 0 and 0 for the years of 2011 to 2012. The kinds of changes that we're looking to make that people are supporting isn't in addition to what already exists. The point of these new mandates for the police is to reform what already exists and make it better, not to throw more money at it and then try to build these fancy additions to make it better. The idea is to use existing resources for the purposes of what's being mandated. So I do not, I continue to support my amendment. Thank you all for giving your opinions, and I gave you the opportunity to decrease funding, and everyone's talking about making cuts, but no one even moved another number. So I don't know. I tried. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Actually, I have a question I wanted to ask about overtime. I see that it's increased since the estimate for last 2021 by about 125,000. And I'm curious why that went up so much and why the new, with having all these new personnel and next year, the new community policing, why wouldn't that be a reduction in overtime? I'm a little concerned about that. And overtime is almost $1 million or $750,000. So it's not an insubstantial amount.
That overtime is also an aggregate. That's with our dispatch center as well. So the overtime isn't just police officers, it's also dispatchers. But specifically, which line are you looking at so I can make sure I address it?
5104.
That was based on our calculations on the estimate from this year. We use that in the mid-year estimate, trying to figure out where we will be next year. So we've had some attrition, particularly in the dispatch center where we've lost several of them. We're still 2 dispatchers short. We're trying to get back up to that staffing level. That also applies with our police officers when they're short. We do have, right now we've got police officers in the academy. We are at full staffing with our patrol force, but we've got 2 officers right now in the academy that we get no benefit out of. So those positions that they would ordinarily be filling on patrol, we have to hold people over or pull them in early. And in cases where there's an investigation ongoing at the end of their shift, an officer has to complete that investigation in the report. So that's it. I wish we did reduce the overtime last year. We pulled some out of our budget when you recall the conversations we had about reestablishing a lieutenant's position that we desperately needed. And in return for that, and working with the town manager, reduced our overtime budget last year. So you can see there was, and I don't have the years prior to that, but it had been higher. We reduced it. And this year we are, that's what our estimate has as far as the need for overtime.
With new personnel though, why isn't it decreasing? I would think that, is there not duplication of services or some ability to get a handle on that escalating cost?
That's certainly a valid point, trying to get people in those positions to decrease that. But right now we don't have those people in those positions. We just hired them for it. So some reduction in the future.
Thank you. Representative Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I don't really have much more to add. I would align my remarks and comments with Representative Stevenson. But I do appreciate the fact that there are, mandates attached to the accountability bill. And I do appreciate the fact that, we're bringing on a social worker. And honestly, I'd like to see more. And, so I'm in support of the amendment, mostly because I wanted to have the conversation about looking at this budget with a critical eye. And I would encourage my fiscally conservative colleagues who may be so willing to cut 40,000 here and 85,000 there for fields and after school programs and meal programs and financial awards for summer programs. There's a community investment that we can do. Like, we provide things for the youth in hopes that, there's better things to do than to get in trouble and have to deal with the police. So, there's cost benefit analysis that should always be at play. So, I mean, honestly, chances are this amendment's not going to pass. But I think it's important to have the conversation and take a critical look at all the numbers at play. And I am in support of adding social workers. I'm in support of community policing. I would like to see more. And I would be in support of more if there were more social workers in this budget. I would be more enthusiastic about it. If there were a more strident action towards getting back to community policing, like it was 20 years ago or so, as the chief described, I'd like to see the sort of like the play-by-play, like what is, the 1 month, 3 month, 6 month, 12-month plan, how we get back to that. So this has been a bit of a rhetorical exercise, fair enough, but I think it's important to be fair and to look at things equitably. And, if we're going to be critical about a Parks and Recreation budget or the education budget, we should also be critical about the police budget. So that being said, I am in support of the amendment. Chances are it's not going to pass. Fair enough. I'm also in support of the social worker and community policing type stuff. So I look forward to seeing more rigorous activity in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Washington?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Chief Fasaro, can you tell me what's the difference between a detective and an investigator?
Detectives, we used to, detectives formally would do mostly major crimes as well as property crimes, whereas our investigators were originally called youth officers. They were, prior to my tenure here, that moniker got changed from youth officer to investigator. They're kind of used synonymously, but the investigators were doing mostly crimes against children, sex crimes, and crimes against the elderly. So we've had some collective bargaining discussions over that in the last couple of years about the difference between the two, tried to bring them more closely aligned with one another. They're different titles, but many of the same things are done by both of them. Some of our investigators are also DARE instructors or certified to teach DARE. They've been doing that for a number of years. Again, that originally started as youth officers and has kind of matured over the years into a more investigative role. And again, prior to my tenure, that went from the title of youth officer to investigator.
Okay.
That was one of those things. I had a similar question when I first took the position as chief, why we had two different titles for what some could argue is on the same similar investigative efforts. So we've made them more closely aligned.
Okay, thank you. And I have the utmost respect for police officers. When I was a social worker for the Department of Children and Families, when I had to remove a child from a home, we always took a police officer with us. So I had the greatest respect for police officers.
Well, thank you. And you bring up a good point. Even with a social worker, if the R.T.M were to approve our budget, there's still a need for police officer in those situations. But we're hoping to off-ramp many of those things and do follow-up with that social worker that we can't do with police officers, and to do some activities that are probably better left in the hands of a social worker, like dealing with homelessness issues and dealing with people that may have mental health problems that don't rise to the need of police intervention. Many of those things, again, could be off-ramp to that social worker, but there's still going to have to be a partnership between the police officer and the social worker. And we do use resources that are out there now, state resources that are available through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, but they're not exclusive to Groton, and they're not available to us 24/7. So we're hoping that the social worker, maybe someone just like you, that we can get hired in the department that can add a different benefit to the town of Groton than we've had so far.
I hate to tell you, Chief, I'm too old now.
You're never too old.
Representative Burrill, I just wanted to see if you're able to speak now. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you short before. All right, I see Representative Flax has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just went back on my budget books. In 2016, the police were cut $219,237 from their budget.
In 2016, can you say that again?
Yes, in 2016, there was a $219,237 cut.
Was it been an increase from the year before, or was it a decrease from the year before?
It was, say that again, I'm sorry.
I think it's late.
Yeah.
I was just, you can cut
it
things
says
and
it
it's still
says in the
being
summary that the town department's portion of the town operation budget was decreased 1.2 million or 5% from FYE 2016 adopted, and public safety was cut 219,237. So I don't know if it was cut from the, if the town manager made the cut or if the council or R.T.M made the cut. I was just reading the summaries. So that's all. I don't want to, that's all.
All right, I see no more new hands up, and so we do have a motion on the floor for $8,945,237 made by Representative Stevenson, seconded by Representative Thomas for account 1024 public safety. Should we do this?
A quick roll?
Want to do roll call or should we, or roll call vote?
It can be quick. Okay, Adams?
No.
Bailey?
No.
Baker?
No.
Burrell?
No.
Casper?
No.
Passeri?
No.
Chase?
No.
Pop?
No.
Rocket Hubbard?
No.
Dean Shinbrock?
No.
Fitzgerald?
No.
Flax?
No.
Fortner?
Abstain.
Frickman?
No.
Gustafson,
No.
Hanscom? No. Jacome,
No.
Jones,
No.
Merritt? Merritt?
Maybe he left.
No.
Said no, okay. Perry? Mrs. Perry? Here.
Yes.
Do you want to vote yes or no to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Kristen Powers?
No.
John Powers?
No.
Pacino?
No.
Ray?
No.
Richards?
No.
Jason Rusk?
No.
Jill Rusk?
No.
Stevenson?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Washington?
No.
Wells?
Yes.
And Whitney?
No.
Evan?
No.
Madam Moderator,
Oh,
I'm
look,
here
the White House is here. Hey, White House, what time did you get here?
about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, so what is your, do you know what you're going to vote?
I'm going to abstain, but I'm here.
Okay, all right. All right, then, you've got 4 in favor, 27 noes, and 2 abstentions.
All right, that motion fails. So we go back to the main motion, which is $9,258,908, made by Representative Jill Rusk, seconded by Representative Jones. Representative Stevens?
All right. I'm going to just try one more number just to see if anyone's interested. I would like to move a number. I will make no discussion about this. 75% of the requested amount. I'm going to move 9,166,733. It's 75% of the increase they requested.
9 million.
Second, Thomas.
All right, we have a amended motion on the floor in the amount of $9,166,733 made by Representative Stevenson, seconded by Representative Thomas. Is there any discussion on this? Did you want to speak further to your motion? Or did you?
I would just like to say that is still a 3.075% increase of the last year's budget.
All right. Do you think we need another roll call vote?
No, I don't.
No? Okay.
I don't think so.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 You might need a roll call vote.
No, you just the people who say that are voting no, say their name.
Ray.
On the amended amount?
Correct, on the amended amount.
If you're voting no,
Yeah.
If you're voting yes for the amendment, 9,000 or 9,166,733, it was just made.
Point of order, I request a roll call vote. Representative Whitney.
All right. Okay. Adams,
no.
Bailey,
No.
Baker,
No.
Burrell,
No.
Casper,
No.
Terry,
No.
Chase,
No.
Cop,
Yes.
Crockett Hubbard,
No.
Dean Shinbrat,
No.
Gerald,
No.
Flax,
No.
Fortner,
Yes.
Frickman,
No.
Gustafson. Gustafson. Okay. Okay, Hanscom.
No.
Jacome,
Yes.
Jones,
No.
Merritt,
No.
Perry,
No.
Kristen Powers,
No.
Sean Powers,
Nope.
Pacino,
No.
Ray,
No.
Richards,
No.
Jason Rusk,
No.
Jill Rusk,
No.
Stevenson,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Washington,
No.
Wells,
Yes.
Whitehouse,
No.
Whitney,
No.
Evan.
Yes.
So that's 7 yes and 26 no, and 0 abstentions.
That motion fails. So I think we're back to our first amended number, which is 9,258,908, made by Representative Rusk, seconded by Representative Jones.
That's the original number.
The original number. All in favor of that number, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Representative Thomas
Yep.
and Representative Stevenson. Any abstentions?
Fortner.
And I'm going to abstain as well. So that motion passes.
Yes, it does. It's 29 in favor and 2 opposed and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so now it is after 10 o'clock. So we, by our rules, usually don't take a new account unless we have a kind of a check-in with the desire of the body to keep going. Representative Thomas, do you have your hand raised? No. All right. So I'm asking you, do you want to continue? Put your little hand up if you would like to continue. We have 2 CIPs and we have Groton Long Point Police as well.
Madam Moderator, may I just interject here real quick?
Yes.
We have 1 CIP for Groton Town Police. And in respect of Chief Fasaro, I would like to do that 1 CIP, which I don't think will have a lot of discussion, and then allow him to move on so that he doesn't have to come back.
That would be nice, but we do have our rules and it is late and I just want to check in. I understand we only have 2, but I'm still bound by our rules to see what the body is. So I see that there's about 10 people, 11 people that want to, 12. Okay, so it seems like we have about 50% that want to continue. So let us continue then with CIP 7F technology squad car body cams, and that you can find on page 235.
So
Chair Rusk, if you'd like to continue your minutes, thank you.
Thank you. CIP 7F for squad cars and body cameras. I make a motion, or a motion was made in the amount of $66,000 by Representative Kassiri, seconded by Representative Adams. Representative Richard requested information on how many squad cars needed cameras. Chief Fasaro reported that all of the fleet needs to be replaced and that body cameras and squad cars would then network on the same, or would be on the same network. Representative Russ called for the vote in the funding of $66,000. 6 were in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstained. The motion passed. I move in the amount of $66,000.
Bailey, second.
Adams.
We have a motion on the floor for CIP 7F body, squad car body cam in the amount of 66,000. I said that, I'm sorry. Made by Representative Rusk, seconded by Representative Bailey. And I realized there were several people who seconded it at the same time. I do see several hands raised. Let's see who was first to get their hand up. Representative Whitehouse. Representative Whitehouse.
My hand's still up from before, sorry.
Okay. Representative Pacino, is your hand still up from before?
Absolutely. Just forgot to put that. Sorry.
Representative Dean Shinbrod, is your hand still up from before?
Sorry, it was a leftover.
Okay. Representative Washington, do you want to speak to this? It's getting late.
Yes, I do. I have one question.
Thank you.
How old are the cameras that you're currently using?
Best guess is they're at least 12 or 13 years old. Some may be older. They're older technology, and frankly, they're not in use right now. Since we went to the body cameras, or we really had limited use of them. They were only we haven't been replacing them. We haven't been taking them out of older cruisers and putting them into replacement cruisers. So if they were in a car, they've stayed there. But in my mind, the body camera was replacing much of the functionality of the in-car camera. But the legislature felt in its wisdom that in addition to body cameras, we should have in-car cameras as well. So that was a mandate of Public Act 20.
Okay, thank you. I'm in favor of the $66,000. I think the body cameras and the dashboard cameras or in-car cameras are good for both the police officers and the community. So I'm going to vote in favor of this.
Representative Wells. Representative Wells, you're on mute.
Yes, I'm sorry. I asked this question about the body cameras when this came up before, and I'm not sure I was particularly clear, but I'm wondering are we getting any feedback for the folks you encounter, the people you arrest, don't arrest? Are they getting any favorable reactions, negative, positive? Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really heard much one way or the other. I will tell you this, that there have been cases where we've received a complaint against an officer, and the body camera helps us to adjudicate that, determine whether the officer's actions were proper or not. I think people are assuming most officers today have body cameras. So I think that's the premise that the citizens we encounter operate on. We have gotten requests for body camera footage from individuals. There have been some incidents where individuals did not recall, their memory didn't allow them to recall certain events in the same way that they actually happened, which was recorded on the body camera. So if that's any indication of how people feel, then I think that's the best I can do to answer that.
That'll do. Thanks a lot.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Chief Massaro, I'm 100% in favor of the body cameras and the car cameras. I'm just wondering, what do you have on the backup for storage for all of this? Do new cameras require new storage?
We've gone with the cloud solution. We've used a company called Axon. When we bought our body cameras, we did a pretty detailed analysis, got our IT department involved in it. We looked at in-house storage, buying servers, all this kind of stuff. The most the simplest solution was one that seems to be the solution that big industry and governmental agencies are going to across the board, which is cloud storage. Why buy it when you can use it at a fraction of the cost? So that's what we did. That's what we'll do with the squad car cameras. The other thing, and I've got Captain B here, he was just pointing out to me that to kind of readdress one of those other questions, when we went to new mobile data terminals, the old squad car cameras don't correctly interface with them. And again, that was we bought a product at that was at a good price point for our mobile data terminals. Functionality is good. We just haven't been using those as often as we had when we first bought them. And they've kind of outlived their useful life expectancy. So the squad car cameras would be the same company. It would be Axon. It networks with the body camera. So if you have your squad car camera on and two officers show up and they have body cameras, it shows sequentially the same video. We can use that in the software we get from the company. We're also able to use their redaction software that we have available, and their cloud storage solution is kind of the way many departments are going right now, because again, it's low cost. The device itself, the body camera, the in-car cameras really aren't the big cost. It's the storage. We entered into a contract a few years ago for the body cameras. We'll be looking to do the same with the squad car camera.
Does the footage download automatically every day, or does the officer have to do that?
With the body cameras, they have to dock it at the end of their shift. So when they bring it in, when they come at the end of their shift, they put it into the docking station, it charges it, and it uploads it automatically. They have to, there's certain actions they have to do. Like if they go to an incident right now, they have to report the case number on it. They have to use the drop-down menus of what it is, whether it's a motor vehicle stop or a criminal investigation. So there's some tasks that they have to do that they actually can do in the field on their cell phones. It doesn't store anything on the cell phone, but it just gives them access to that website that allows them to do that stuff. And then when they come back to the PD, it uploads it to the cloud, and it categorizes it, and it makes it available to supervisors and support staff that can go through it. And if they need to download it and send it to the court for their review or for prosecution, it's available once it gets here. The car is a little bit different. They'll upload, much like our MDTs upload now. When they come into the parking lot, they use the Wi-Fi, so it uploads to the cloud.
Got it. All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no more hands up. So we do have a motion on the floor for $66,000 for CIP 7F squad car body cam, made by Representative Jill Rusk, seconded by Representative Bailey. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And thank you, Representative
Chief Fasaro,
Rusk.
for hanging in there.
Well, I appreciate Representative Rusk getting me in under the wire.
So we do have one left. So, and I do not know, maybe Representative Rusk can let me know if maybe Representative Frickman can let me know if the person from Groton Long Point who is going to speak is here, or if they have left.
I saw that Groton Long Point President McBride is here. I didn't see if Chief Knowles was here.
Yeah, Chief is here. Chief is here. Chief Knowles is here.
So is the desire of the body to do this last one or to defer it? We do have guests who've been waiting for hours now.
Let's get it done.
Let's do
get
it.
Do it.
Do it.
Okay. So the last item on our agenda is account 1091, which is the Groton Long Point Police. And that can be found on page 184 of your book.
Okay. Good evening. Account number 1091, Groton Long Point Police. A motion was made in the amount of $331,000 made by Representative Kasiri, seconded by Representative Richards. Chief Knowles provided an overview of the budget. Groton Long Point has a 24/7 coverage with one officer per shift. 911 calls are dispatched through the town of Groton. All other calls are directly to the officers. Chief Knowles reported that their budget has an increase due to the State of Connecticut Public Act 2001, an act concerning police accountability for drug testing, overtime, body cameras, and dash cameras. Representative Richards asked about Groton Long Point's police philosophy on community policing. Chief Knowles reported that their main function is as community police officers, and they try to get to know everyone. Representative Kasiri requested clarification on raises and benefits, and Chief Knowles reported that some of the increase in the budget covered this. The motion for $331,000 passed in a vote of 6 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. I move that we fund Groton Long Point Police in the amount of $331,000.
There's second.
Bailey.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for account 1091, Groton Long Point Police, in the amount of $331,000 made by Representative Joe Rusk, seconded by Representative Bailey. Is there any discussion on this? And I want to note that Representative Richards has had to leave. Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This year, the police have requested the Groton Long Point Police have requested a 14.9% increase. I would like to move the number of $288,000, which was last year's number. Although Groton Long Point has requested a 50% increase, which is the same as what we pay to Groton City, there's no special act requiring this.
Second, Adams.
Thank you. So we have an amendment on the main motion of $288,000 made by Representative Fortner and seconded by Representative Adams. Representative Fortner, do you want to speak more to that motion? Or are you okay?
I just have a short statement. Groton Long Point is a lovely coastal community. The crime level continues to be low at the current funding level. There is no mandate in the town charter to fund 50% of the police budget, and at this time, it seems unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Stevenson?
I'm sorry, could you tell me what the number is again?
288,000.
Thank you.
Representative Stevenson?
Does anyone else need to speak? I gotta look up a number real fast. I just raised my hand.
Okay, Representative Whitehouse?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So the Groton Long Point Police are a unique police organization in that they're not like, say, the town or city police that's primarily focused on just crime prevention, because they're part of the Groton Long Point experience, for lack of a better term. I live on the diagonally other end of town, so I can't speak to it personally, but from what I gather, they're not just about crime prevention. They're about sort of creating Groton Long Point to be what it is. And Groton Long Point residents pay a lot of property taxes. They've got some really nice property, which is really expensive and assessed really high. And so in some ways, this seems to be just them asking back for some of their property taxes back in services that they get through their association. So given that it's a relatively small amount of money in the grand scheme of things, and that I suspect the sum we're talking about might be the property tax bill of some individual properties in Groton Long Point, I am in favor of giving them their full requested allocation. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Yeah, so in regards to that, I don't know. I think, again, we should take a critical look at what we're spending and why. And there could be opportunities for savings here. The overall amount is fairly low, as Representative Whitehouse noted. So what value the Groton Long Point residents get out of it, depending, again, cost benefit analysis is in question. So I know I've heard some people discuss ideas of like private security firms or something else that could maybe take the place of that. I don't know, like there's many other options. It is an odd arrangement. And I think, for as much as the taxes go into the town, there might be better ways to spend that money. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Chessieri.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Hi, Chief Knowles. I was just wondering if you could just speak to the increase in spending from the police accountability bill and your raises and benefits this year.
Sorry about that. Having a little trouble with the mouse. Yeah, good evening, everyone. You know, I take somewhat of an offense to what Representative Thomas said. We were established in 1921. We're a fully certified law enforcement unit here in the state of Connecticut. We may be one of the smallest ones, but we certainly are not the least. We patrol Groton Long Point with 4 police officers full-time and 5 part-time officers. We we derive our powers from the state of Connecticut. We are accountable to the state of Connecticut. We have to follow all the laws in the state of Connecticut, as well as all the policies and procedures that go along with it. Though we're small, we're no less important into the town of Groton, just as the Groton City or the Groton Town Police. As a matter of fact, we augment the Groton Town Police if and when they need us to handle calls when they're tied up. We hire mostly retired officers and or lateral transfers. Everybody has to go through the same post requirements to get a position with us. So to say that we could be a security firm is quite a knock to me. But to let you know, right now we are looking for, we have 4, like I said, 4 people or 4 officers that are in the collective bargaining unit. We just signed a new contract back in July. There are raises that go along with that. There's overtime that goes along with that. And of course, we have the accountability bill that just went into effect in July. And we too have to purchase the body cameras and the dash cameras. And we have to adhere to everything within that bill insofar as the drug testing, as far as the training and so on and so forth. So that's what the increase is. You talk about a 14% increase. Well, it's actually only $43,000 over the $288,000 that we were level funded last year. So that's what I'm looking for, is $331,000 total.
And Chief, could you just clarify, you did not have body cameras before?
No, ma'am, we did not have body cameras before due to the fact that we have to go to them by July of 2022. We started also utilizing the Axon Enterprise Incorporated cameras, and they too will be, I looked at it from the point of view that the town and also I believe Stonington is going to be going with Axon or have been trying them. The interoperability is important. And so that, we have people that have been, or police officers up at Groton Town that have been using Axon for the last several years. And we determined that this would be the best course of action because then we could be interoperable with them.
And would you also be looking to do the dash cam system like the town so that they would be operable together?
Yes, we are. The same, we got a quote for our 2 cars. We have 2 patrol cars here. We're 24/7, and we have 1 officer on at any one time to the tune of about $25,000 for the dash cams themselves.
Thank you, Chief. I will be supporting the original number, and I appreciate all of your efforts.
Thank you. Representative Rusk.
Thank you. Again, I want to just express the fact that we have asked our police officers to be community police officers. I think that's what Groton Long Point does. And Groton Long Point has the same police accountability bill that the other police departments do. I would like to support their full budget of $331,000. They were cut last year, and I don't think it's feasible for them to run on the FYE 20 budget. Thank you.
Representative Wells.
Yes. Here I am. I've spoken to a number of people who live in Groton Long Point, and they've said they really like their police department. And I think if they really like their police department, they should have one. But I've also mentioned to I don't know what your leader there is, the chairman or the chief executive of the Groton Long Point. And I'm always teasing him that a comparable community over in Westerly, Weekapaug, has security And I'm reading from the Weekapaug Fire District website. It says, Weekapaug Security, they have a phone number in season 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. Westerly Police, otherwise call the Westerly Police after 1 a.m. or in the off season. So you could probably, if sometimes you're suggesting like, gosh, they pay a lot of taxes, whoa. Well, they pay a lot of taxes over in Weekapaug, and you don't have to have a police department if you don't want one, but if you want one, you should have what you want. And I tend to, when it comes to this vote, I go along with the council. If this is what the council wants to do, I'm in favor of it. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Washington?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The police chief, I was just wondering, how many arrests do you make a month?
Thanks for the question, but we make very few arrests, although we do make arrests. I can't say for month, but over the course of the year, we make several arrests. And unfortunately, or better yet, fortunately, they're not publicized like most departments. But, we're down here to keep the peace. We're down here to keep the crime rate low. And it is low. It's low because we're here 24/7, 365. In Groton, and Chief Uzaro does one heck of a job. But I can tell you, when everybody was having the problems with the cars being broken into, I know Noank had several cases. We had several cases, but we were able to, to keep our cases lower because we're here 24/7. So we keep a good tight ship down here in Groton Long Point. So, at this particular point, I'm not going to tell you we have a lot of crime, but I'm going to tell you the crime that we do have is normally solved.
Thank you.
One more question. Would it be realistic for you to have 2 shifts, day and evening, and your night shift and eliminate your night shift and rely on the Groton Town Police to patrol your area at night?
I'm not sure when they did that, but that has since been relinquished back in the early 2000s, I think, with the last time Groton Town. No, they never had it. They never had it then. I you know what, to be honest with you, no, because we're here for 3 shifts, 24/7. So there's no, I utilize part-timers. Part-time officers that have retired are my best, my best go-to as far as trying to cover other shifts. So no, we're here 24/7, 365, and when Groton Town needs us to go, we'll respond to their calls also. So we work well together.
But my question was, would it be realistic if you eliminated your night shift and you relied on Groton Town Police to patrol your area?
I don't think elimination of my night shift is what we're talking about here. I'm talking about the police accountability and trying to get funding just as other departments. We're still going to have to pull the funding for the accountability and the requisites that go along with the 20-1 and as far as the training, as far as the drug testing, so on and so forth. So I don't think that's not going to help me at all. No.
You finished, Representative Washington?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Stevenson? Representative Stevenson?
Yeah, sorry. When I lower my hand, my name jumps all over the place. I'm sorry. Yes. I was looking through my old budget books since I had them out. I remember the first budget I voted on. There was something about the radio upgrade. And I couldn't find it when I went back. Was that? It would have been 2 years ago. Was that did we increase that amount in the Groton Long Point Police Department? Is that how we did it, or did we do a CIP? I don't remember. Do you recall, Chief?
That was at a CIP, and that was for the radios, the P25,
okay,
which is the radio system.
Okay, so that wasn't a CIP. That was.
I'm sorry, no, you know what? I'm sorry, that was not in the CIP. That was in our budget.
Okay.
The money from Groton Long Point, that was not involved in the CIP for the town, no.
Right.
But what we did was we with with the Groton Town Police, we also joined onto the P25 system that's been in use for about 2.5 years now.
Right, but when we voted on it, I remember because I believe it was after town council had looked at it, and the RTM voted to put it in for you. So I believe the number for 2020 for the police was 288,000 was the adjusted 2020. And then it requested in 2021 was 355,000. And now that doesn't look quite right. What happened to the police budget last year?
We were level funded last year, 288,000. We had no increase.
Oh, so last year we requested 355,000, and now we're only coming in at 331,000. Okay, interesting. All right, nothing else. Thanks.
Representative Frickman.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Did I hit mute? Okay. I just want to really ditto Representative Russ' comments earlier. We have our police officers who are being asked to do more, and by taking money away from them to accomplish those tasks they're being asked to do, I think is rather unfair for these departments. I also think it's fair that we treat all of our subdivisions equally. And as we're talking about Groton Long Point, and I believe they pay 10% of our town's budget, and here they are only asking for $331,000 for their police budget. I don't think is an unfair request. So with that matter, I don't support this the new number up.
Thank you. Representative Whitney.
Yes, thank you. I support the need for community policing in Groton Long Point and every other area. And actually, I think we heard early in the evening how important a community policing model is. That said, I just look forward to the day when Groton can have one police force. I think we could maintain the capabilities and policing in every area, probably for less money. And I think the coordination level would be great. I know that's a long way off. I just encourage Groton to work towards that day. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Chase.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Not saying I agree or disagree with Representative Washington, but I would think that if you didn't have a third shift, you'd save money in salaries, fringe, et cetera. But the budget for FY22 is being increased by $43,000. Can you tell me where that will be spent?
That will be part of our purchase of body cameras, and also for wages and overtime, and also for the additional requirements for 20-1 psychological testing and so forth, and backfilling with overtime on that.
And why would you have overtime in Groton Long Point?
Well, we have open shifts, just like everybody else. We have open shifts. We have to backfill some of the open shifts with full-timers. We have to backfill it also with part-timers. So to this point, I've already paid out over $55,000. That would be, the part-timers and the full-timers to this point as far as overtime and part-time pay.
So when a full-time officer goes on vacation, say, does a part-time officer fill in for that full-time?
If, depending on the situation, or, obviously they have a contract down here. So sometimes, yes, we can fill it with part-timers, and other times it's required to be filled with full-timers.
Okay.
On an overtime basis.
Okay, thank you. And you said you had not much crime there, but what crime you do have, are they from people who live in Groton Long Point or people who live outside Groton Long Point?
most of the time we had, especially over the last year, we had the same group that came into other parts of the state, stealing cars and breaking into cars. But oftentimes it's from outside of the point.
Thank you.
Thank you. So seeing no other hands raised, we do have a amendment to the main motion in the amount of 288,000 for account 1091 Groton Long Point Police, made by Representative Fortner, seconded by Representative Adams. I think we'll have a roll call vote.
Okie dokie, we'll give that a try.
Thanks. Sorry. And we could try the other way if you prefer.
No, we can do it. I just have to, I just gotta go. Okay, Adams,
Yes.
you're voting for the amendment. Okay, Bailey,
No.
Baker,
No.
Burrell, Casper,
No.
Kasari,
No.
Chase,
Yes.
Pop,
I need some, no. I need some nicotine for a second.
Go ahead.
was that Cop?
I said no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
Okay.
Crockett Hubbard,
Go out on the porch. Elena comes.
I think Crockett Hubbard, are you still here?
She's waiting.
Somebody's
She
yap
was-
yapping. Crockett Hubbard, are you there?
I think she left.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, and then we'll go to Dean Shinbrot
No.
and Fitzgerald. You have left, Fitzgerald? Flax,
No.
thank you. Fortner,
Yes.
Frickman,
Abstain.
okay. Hanscom,
No.
Jacome,
No.
Jones,
No.
Merritt,
No.
Terry,
No.
Kristen Powers,
No.
Sean Powers,
Nope.
No.
Pacino, Ray,
No.
Richards, oops, she's gone. Rusk, Jason,
No.
Rusk, Jill,
No.
Stevenson,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
I don't think Watson's here any longer. Wells,
No.
Whitehouse,
No.
Whitney,
No.
Eben.
Yes.
Okay, that's 7 yes, 22 no, and 1 abstention.
All right, that motion fails. So we have the main motion in the amount of $331,000 for account 1091 for Groton Long Point Police, made by Representative Jill Rusk, seconded by Representative Bailey. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Fortner,
Thomas.
So there's 3 opposed, I think.
See 2,
Stevenson, Thomas, and Fortner.
okay, thank you.
And I'm going to abstain. Any other abstentions?
I abstain.
Pop
Rickman,
abstains.
Adams.
Okay.
Pop is abstaining.
Madam Moderator, I believe we have somebody in, Katrina is in the panelist mode.
Someone. Oh, Katrina Fitzgerald. Oh, Representative Fitzgerald, did you want to vote? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought you-
I vote yes.
What was that?
Yes.
You were voting yes for the amendment?
No.
Okay,
I'm
no,
sorry, I got knocked off. I'm not positive where we are right now.
We're right on the main motion at this
yeah, we're on the
point.
main motion.
$331,000.
Thank you.
And how do you vote?
Yes.
So we have for abstentions?
So I was confused by the extensions. It seemed like people raise your hand if you're going to abstain, okay? I thought Representative Adams abstained.
So did I.
Am I wrong?
Originally.
Other abstentions?
Okay, can you read them?
Yes, Adams, Eben, Chase, Cop, Frickman.
Okay. And I have 3 no's. Eight minus 32. So that's 24 and 14 in favor, excuse me. I'm sorry. 24 in favor. 3 opposed. And 5 abstentions. Is that right? Yes, that is right. 8.
All right, so that motion
32
passes.
people here. That's right. 32 people here.
That motion passes.
That
So
motion
we
passes.
are done, and I want to thank you. It's been a super long evening.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
Madam
Chief Knowles, for
Moderator.
coming
Appreciate it.
and hanging
Madam
in until the end. So can I get a motion to recess?
Well,
Madam
I
Mayor,
think
Did we not
somebody's
do a
trying to
motion?
speak. Somebody's trying to speak.
Yes, I am Representative Washington.
Hi.
Can I make a request or
Sure.
no? All right, can I ask Director Landry if she can send us information about how much each department gave back at the end of last year?
How come this isn't the ones I picked the other day? Look at the size of those.
Those are beautiful. You be picking out people's
Quiet, please.
sizes.
Hi, so you'd like to know by department how much everyone returned for fiscal 20? Representative Washington?
I think that was correct. Representative
yes.
Washington, you're on mute.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Yes, that's correct, Cindy.
Yes, I can get that information to you.
Okay, thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Representative Baker,
Yes, when's our next meeting?
Thursday night. Representative Frickman?
Make a motion to adjourn.
No, we're not going to adjourn. We're recessing.
Sorry, motion to recess.
Bailey second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? I shall see you all on Thursday. Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye.